Hello, and welcome to Final Fantasy XIV. It's the one that technically released after at least 13 other ones. Hooray! I don't know what that was about. Anyway. Hello. It seems to be raining in video game land. The bubble does not care. Welcome to Final Fantasy XIV. Last time we did the rest of the Warring Triad stuff, and we started Alexander. We did the first part of Alexander, and now we have two more parts of Alexander to get through. I think at some point I said semi-recently that I would be playing as White Mage for the rest of the video game, but I have already switched back to Sage, so I guess the lesson here is don't take my word for it ever whenever I state what class I'm going to be, because I will never be able to make up my mind. A thought I'm having about the jobs in this game is that I don't feel like I'm particularly good with a lot of the ones that I'm playing, and I'm not saying that as a way to like devalue my own skill. I'm saying that in the sense that I am not able to practice playing as a job really until I get to the end game and caught up and can play it at max character level and practice it there. And the only job that I really can say that I have that kind of experience with, probably, is Dancer? So, yeah, I'm not in a place of the game where I can practice something like Sage without over-leveling, and I'm already level 81, and I don't know if I'll be able to get through the rest of the main story without getting those 9 other levels and having to swap to something else. There are many mysteries in the world of Final Fantasy XIV. And also, I actually am going to be right back for another second, so please continue observing the bubble. Okay, thank you for observing the bubble. We are here. I am here. And I guess that means, well, I guess we'll just go ahead and begin. Rearmed? Well, shucks. Roundrocks thinks long and hard on what to do with precious glowstone. It is most favored as treasure of Roundrocks, but glowstone is also what Mide seeks all this time, and has already brought Roundrocks 3 whole years of joy. So Roundrocks decides to give it to Mide so she can be happy too. For now, Roundrocks entrusts treasure to Uplander to give Mide at next meeting. Even meanest gobbies dare not try to take glowstone from mighty Uplander. That's true. Sucro is very powerful. Roundrocks does not know where Mide is now, but she often gazes out on Giant of Whirlycogs from Broken Watercross. Maybe Uplander finds her there. The goblins are very good, that's true. You are a repair NPC, yes. And I have already repaired. Hooray! Broken Watercross is, of course, bridge. From afar, that mass of steel has a certain majesty, does it not? But something tells me you didn't come here to share the view. What is it? I have the shiny rock. Round Rock's means to give me the Codex fragment? I couldn't possibly accept. She values that stone over the rest of her treasures combined. She wants you to be happy, though. And yet, it may be safer in the hands of one more capable of defending it. Safer for all concerned. Gods know the Illuminati will stop at nothing to get it. Very well, if she feels I should have it, I will hold it in safekeeping for her. An important section broken from Round Rock's prized treasure and entrusted to none other than you. And Mide, also. Maybe I should hold on to this, if it's important to, like, defend it. You know, maybe. Alas, it is of no more use to me than any other rock. Oh. You doubtless recall the moment when Round Rocks first revealed the Codex fragment to us, yes? When she took the stone in her hands, a piece of the Enigma Codex burst forth unbidden in a brilliant flash of light. Yet it had been handled many times by others, yourself included, without ever betraying a hint of the secret contained within. Did you not find that strange? I myself was surprised, albeit for a different reason. The Codex is protected by an arcane mechanism, you see. Only those who share its fundamental principles are able to view its contents. It is rare indeed to find an individual with the qualities required to read it. That Round Rocks possesses such qualities is an unexpected blessing, to be sure. But if the Illuminati were to learn of her secret, she would be placed in grave danger. Even as we speak, they scour the hinterlands in search of their elusive missing piece. But as far as I know, they still view our friend as a mere collector of misplaced items. For her sake, we must do our utmost to draw their attention away from Big West Shortstop before they take it into their heads to return. And it is for that reason that I mean to leave this place. When the Illuminati learn that I have the fragment, it is my hope that they will focus their efforts on ascertaining my whereabouts. Needless to say, I may not return to Big West Shortstop for some time. While I am gone, I would ask that you watch over Round Rocks. See that she does not come to harm. Nod. You have my thanks, adventurer. As I thought, I am no longer worthy. Questioning head tilt. Wedge searches for Uplander with much urgency. Uplander must return to Big West Shortstop at once. Nod. Goblin sound. I think I have also done that, actually. I've done that head tilt occasionally. There you are, Sucro, and not a moment too soon. The Illuminati are getting ready for something big. Gastola reports that Alexander has started drawing massive amounts of ether from the surrounding land, which can only mean one thing. The Illuminati have resumed their attempts to revive it. And what's more, Backrix reports that the goblins are amassing substantial quantities of explosives and supplies. By all indications, they're building another weapon. In short, it's bad. But it's nothing a bit of strategic thinking can't fix. They say he who strikes first strikes last, and that's exactly what I intend to do. I've devised a plan which should allow us to take the Illuminati unawares, and I'd like you to spearhead the assault. Our rendezvous point is to the south, on the cliffs overlooking the Theliac. Biggs has gone ahead to scout the area. We shall await your arrival there. Alright, fair enough. Sucro, good to see you. I take it Wedge told you the situation? You ready to hit the Illuminati where it hurts? Leave it to me. That's what I like to hear. The chief will be here soon, and then we can get things underway. Look at large robot. Look at bubble. Consider things. Bloody hells, if it ain't your Stola, nobody told me you were coming. Nod. An etheric disturbance of this scale demands my personal attention. Judging by the marked fall in ambient ether concentrations, the situation is far graver than previously assumed. And you are certain that steel monstrosity is to blame? Nod. I can see no other explanation. The giant's innards are nigh well saturated with ether already. Yet I sense something else. An irregular energy coming from within the barrier. Be that as it may, I'm afraid we have more pressing concerns. The Illuminati are up to something, and we mean to hit them before they can put whatever it is they're planning into action. To which end, allow me to introduce my newest and perhaps most astounding invention, the Electro-Jammer, the Electro-Jammer 3, first of its kind. But it's 3. That's the joke, probably. And? Speechless with astonishment, I see. As well you should be. The high-frequency waves emitted by this device will interfere with any and all enemy communications, making it impossible for them to coordinate an effective defense. With it working in our favor, victory is all but assured. I see. So, assuming I've understood correctly, you need only activate this electro-jammer of yours, and the Illuminati will be plunged into disarray, affording Sucro and her friends ample opportunity to take them unawares? Very well, proceed. Nod. Boop. Wedge, is this supposed to happen? And then everyone died. The end. Oh, everyone's fine. Bloody hells. Which I think you just made the robot mad. Is that good? That seems like it's not that good. I mean, at least the door is opening, maybe. You've woken it up! Nay, only the left arm stirs. Could the waves emitted by your device have disturbed something within the barrier, Wedge? It's not my fault! Sid laughter. Not to worry, Wedge. With the Illuminati hard at work reviving the giant, it was only a matter of time before parts of it started springing to life. You just gave this one a little extra nudge. On a brighter note, it would seem you saved us the trouble of finding another way in. Sucro, old friend, it's time for your customary heroics. The Illuminati are likely still scrambling to work out what just happened. Before they do, I suggest you hop across the river and show them what for. Slash determined emote. I must needs discuss these developments with Master Matoya. Sid, would you be so good as to accompany me? Your insight may well prove useful. We don't get to see Matoya sass Sid. We just have to assume it's going to happen. Thumbs up. Nod. I'm just reading aloud every emote now, I guess. It's important to know these things. Hey, what are you doing over here, other than having a dramatic camera angle? And a book. Another core stirs to life. The future unfolds exactly as expected, exactly as written. Sounds like we don't really have a surprise attack advantage here. This is just prophecy stuff. It's fine. Uplander feels shivery shakes? Arm of Steel Giant is wide open and no Illuminati in sight. The Fist of the Sun is now accessible. Hello. Dragoon today, huh? Alright. It'd be funny if I accidentally queued for Savage, but I'm not going to do that. There it is. Alright then, and now we wait. I wonder which time, or which part of Alexander is going to have the most wait time. Though it also depends on party composition, of course. So, who can truly say? Hey, what's this? Oh, a sightseeing log. There's a cool cave over here. Mushroom. We're rich. Mushroom. Mushrooms are... Glowy mushrooms are neat, I think. That's my opinion for today. I get one opinion a day, and today's opinion is that glowy mushrooms are neat. I just happened to start flying in this direction because there's a fate up here. And I just happened to notice the mushroom. It's a cool little cave. Hello. Welcome. Some kind of special secret gathering node in the cave. I could believe that. Can I destroy Funny Worm before Q? No, I cannot. Not even before the sentence is over. You'll live this day, Funny Worm. Let's see how Sage goes. This layout is very similar to the first part of the first Alexander raid set, which makes sense because it's the other hand. Okay, it's not that similar, because you go up instead. 2 Fausts? Impossible. Three Fausts. I don't think I was aware of like what the complaints about Gordias were. Or at least I don't remember them. Time to seek the peace of reason again. All of these bosses have like very elaborate mechanics stuff that guides on the internet explain in great detail, and I'm not sure that any of that means anything anymore. I'm not sure how necessary that is or how difficult things are at this point. Anyway, Goblin has increased. Means something for this one? I'm also not sure that it's my job as the healer to worry about such things. like someone has to become a gorilla to knock the bomb away. Someone did that. Oh, that's not the right one. It's this one. You have to be... So the tip I saw that said you have to become a bird for boost or else you will die is still true. I see. That's good to know, I guess. I don't have enough MP for res. Help. I just wasted swift cast. Help, I'm bad. 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 I'm scream and dying. Ugh. Well, swift cast ran out. Well, I'm gonna go uninstall the video game now and never play it again. Sorry. Just kidding. Well, okay, time to do better this time and not get extremely discouraged by one failure like I always do. Yes. Yes, you do. Not quite yet, but eventually. That is a feature of the video game. I think that was the mandatory tank stock swap not being respected, or does that not happen yet? But yeah, you get to walk around on Alexander a little bit. That is the thing that happens. Oh yeah, I wanted to do this synced for sure. It's interesting how this is still, like, significant. Okay, there's boost, so now we become bird in order to live. Now we stop being bird in order to continue life. I guess. Oh, I'm not reading the boss dialogue either. Oops. Also, I can do this and I forgot about it. God. God, I'm not keeping up my dot either. Heck. I'm worrying entirely too much about my performance. Probably. Goblin fall over. Like I was saying, I can't really practice Sage because I have to be at the end of the game when I don't lose anything for playing a class too much. I'm just gonna pass on everything because this is just inventory clutter. And if I specifically want any of this stuff ever, then I can go find it on purpose later. I got a commendation. I gather you brought the Illuminati schemes to a shuddering halt, just as I planned. Unfortunately, a small complication arose while you were gone, but Biggs wanted to be the one to tell you. Roundrocks does as she says, stays here and makes treasure sparkle. Well done, lass. You left those Illuminati smarting and without so much as a scratch to show for it. Ignore the part where we all died. Now, I'm sure you'd like to finish them off, and we would too, if truth be told, but I'm sorry to say we have a problem. While Wedge and I were out on patrol, we saw something, you see? A meeting between Mide and the enemy. Oh. Well, that's because she's trying to, like, do a trick. A prank. And then she handed the Codex fragment over just like that. The way she sauntered back into Alexander with the Illuminati, you'd think this was their plan all along. She's got a plan of some kind. Oh no, don't ship of Theseus Sucro. No, it's the same Sucro, it's fine. Unless she dies 9 times, then it might be a different one after that. It certainly looks that way, aye, but we can't rule out the possibility of coercion, considering the parties involved. Speaking of the parties involved... Foolish uplanders! Treasure Hunter was happy to give Codex. And why not? She makes busy deals with Illuminati since very beginning. And now Illuminati hold all fragments of the Enigma Codex. Treasure Hunter betrays Uplander's trust and forfeits their future in so doing. What a load of old bollocks. How daft does he think we are? Now, Biggs, if the Grand Master of the Illuminati said it, it must be true, Wedge. Everything is as written, as it must be. If Illuminati are to guide Chosen to perfect world, not one piece can be out of place. Also, yes, there's the cat. With this, another page becomes a reality. Oh, I'm in the way of the cat. There's the cat. When Illuminati find missing piece, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Well, that cat's wiggling. Goodness me, that goblin hasn't the faintest idea how Uplander's minds work. I would have even prepared to believe that Mide was a traitor had he not bothered to come here and confirm it. Now I'm inclined to think she isn't. There may be truth to what Quickthink says. Batrick scours over data looking for knowings of what happened 3 years ago. Bacrix find mention of group of Auri treasure hunters. 3 years ago, group went to investigate ruins near Thaliaga River, only to perish in sudden shivery shakes. 3 years ago, you say? That wouldn't be the earthquake that accompanied the failed summoning of that primal, would it? Bugger me, are you saying it was the treasure hunters doing the summoning? And Mide was one of them? Now hold on a moment. I'm willing to accept that Mide may have been a member of this doomed expedition, she being an RE treasure hunter and all, but I fail to see what interests the group would have in the ideals of the Enigma Codex, let alone summoning a primal. Such was question Backrix asked himself, so he spends much time gathering knowings and finds answer in book lent to him by Charlie and Uplander. Genius technologist who writes Enigma Codex 100 years ago is Ari Zayla with blue hair, exactly like Mide. Okay, first of all, a lot of people can have blue hair. But I guess this is... No, Mide would never make busy deals with bad gobbies. Round Rock searches for Mide, hears truth from her. No, that's a bad idea, don't do that. Round Rocks, wait! No, wait. Well, everything's going just great. Nothing will ever go wrong. The folly of youth. You're worried about Round Rocks, don't be. Wedge won't let her come to any harm. Truth be told, I'm more worried about this business with Mide. Still, we should be careful of making any rash decisions, as you can bet that's what the Illuminati want. For now, I reckon we should give her the benefit of the doubt. Benefit of the doubt. Innocent till proven guilty and all that. And anyway, we've got more pressing matters to deal with. Namely, taking back that Codex fragment and pushing on into Alexander before the Illuminati have a chance to shore up their defenses. You ready for another round? Good. The sooner you get going, the better, I reckon. Oh, and when you're in the belly of the beast, be sure and break something for me, eh? You gotta have blue hair. It's true. The cuff of the sun is now accessible. Alright. I will do better this time. Shenanigans are happening over here. But Robin, you might say, you did fine. Especially for someone who hasn't seen that fight in like 6 years. Oh, you meant to switch to tank? I can cancel the queue if you want. You can switch to tank. That is no problem. And if you did say that thing that I just said that you might say, then I would say that I have unreasonable high standards for my own performance and ability. So, you know. Like I was saying earlier, I think... Aw, geez. I'm really happy to hear that. I think I just need to get back into the swing of being healer more, and it's really difficult to do that when I can't play the game too much without going too far, and I can also only play the game twice a week in stream context and so on. So clearly I need to stream this game every day. That's the solution, right? It's fine, right? No, I don't know. Here's a fan. There's a materia hidden behind that if you can shut the fan off. But you have to go through a really elaborate series of energy-related puzzles to do that. Oh, you recognize this one just from the fan? That's a powerful ability. I don't quite remember what I just read articles about what was in each of these, and I've already forgotten what was in each of these, so, you know. Oh, we have another sage, so I should put my Cardia on the other tank? Or maybe we should both put Cardia on the same person? I do not know. I actually have no idea. Oh wait, is this... I think I might know which one this is. Yeah, I know which one this is. It's Funny Robot. And Funny Robot. And Funny Robot. And Funny Robot. Blaster. Someone in the party chat just said the cake is a lie, so it's really like this is 2016. When did Portal come out? Portal was surely relevant at about the time that Alexander was happening. At least more relevant than it is right now. Don't step on the landmines, I'm most likely guessing is a mechanic that exists. Oh wait, we need to get probably away from the landmines also. That makes a lot of sense. Right, right. I just don't remember like what year that was. '07? Jeez. That's a long time ago. Time is fate. This is my opinion about time. One thing I know about healing at high level is that... Oh dear. Is that... Sorry, I immediately got distracted by someone having the Mikote voice that goes, wow! Wow! Yay! Wow! What was I talking about? Right, healing at a high level. One thing I know about it, that is Mikote voice 5. I think it... Was it 5? Okay. Is that I'm not supposed to use my on-global cooldown heals except as a last resort, which obviously applies more when you have more abilities on hand. Yeah, I'll slowly cast this resurrection spell like a genius. Oh, there's a tank swap for this? But yeah, I'm... Oh, this one's a funny prank zone. I know this one. Untelegraphed line stack marker, huh? Okay, I'm purple. I need to not be on the red. I'm glad I read at least a little bit of what was happening. That was Pepsis by complete accident. Shout out to Pepsis, I guess. I don't know what this means. I guess it means I blow up. That's fine. again. Okay. Funny Vortex Master. I have no idea what that sounds like on the listener's end for me to be making that sound, but I hope it's funny. Okay, ice rings. Yeah. Someone has to freeze this and then people have to stand beside it or behind it or something. Not that. Okay. For this we have to stand behind the rock. Mikote voice 5 button. That's a good idea. I like this idea. We did a... The funny robot has been defeated. Woo! Woo! Wow! It is pretty funny. I need to keep that attitude more. The attitude of cracking you up, you mean, I think. But yeah, yeah, I need to have the attitude more of like, it's really funny when everyone dies. And not, oh hey Mide. You're here now. And rather than, oh no, I'm failing as healer. Oh no, help, oh no, I'm bad. And like I keep saying, I don't know how to practice healer without over-leveling to help. God, Odin. I need to find the Odin Fate and do that sometime. On stream, ideally. I don't think Shirk has an E after it. Editor brain detecting misspelling. Hey Mide, what's up? Oh, hey Biggs, what's up? Another Illuminati brainchild back on the scrap pile, is it? If only it could have been there to watch you dismantle the thing. As you've likely noticed, Mide's back. I haven't said a word to her about what went on while she was away, as I wanted you on hand if things turned nasty. But since she gets on better with you anyway, maybe it'd be best if you spoke to her yourself. Perfectly ideal situation would be being able to somehow defeat Odin with Sucro and then later capture the next Odin Fate where Odin is Sucro, but I think that's completely impossible. Or like extremely unlikely to be able to see that with my own eyes. But can you imagine if Odin was Sucro? That would be funny. Hey, what's up? Ah, Sucro, you haven't seen Round Rocks, have you? I was looking forward to hearing about the new treasures she's found. Hey, did you betray us all? I see. Well, I will not lie to you. Some of it is true. I did meet with the Illuminati, but that's not the whole story. Allow me to explain. Sucrodin? That's really good. Okay, explain please. You're saying you handed over the Codex fragment to stop the Illuminati from coming here and taking it? Yeah, that's basically what I figured. Yes, but the fragment I handed over to them was not but a stone picked from a pile of rubble. The true Codex fragment is here, safe and sound. Biggs Pog. I bloody knew Quick Thinks was lying. The way he told it, you'd been working with the Illuminati all along. Load of old Bill, just a lot of it. I am afraid not. Quick Things told you true. In fact, it was I who first taught the goblins how to summon the primal. I meant only to use them for my own ends, of course, much as I did you. Oh, well, thanks, I guess. The author of the Enigma Codex was an ancestor of mine. The creation of the so-called perfect world proposed within it has long been the goal of certain members of our tribe, myself included. For years we strove in secret to realize its high ideals, free of the twisted elitism which seems to have infected the Illuminati. During that time there was one who served as our leader, a man who made us believe that our perfect world was within reach. A man with whom I fell in love. I wished for nothing more than to see his dreams come to fruition. Zucker looks mad back there. We poked the cone! So blind was my devotion, I poked the cone! Be very careful about the cone. Cones are dangerous. So blind was my devotion, I agreed to help him summon a primal without a second thought. I want a picture of the cone for the thumbnail or something. The danger to our lives never even crossed my mind. But on that day 3 years ago, I came to know the folly of our mission. Oh no. The unrendered. That would be a... Like, Odin, when you kill Odin? That's not a primal. When you kill Odin, you get, like, the title The Unsevered, I think? I want the title The Unrendered, or, like, a primal with the title The Unrendered or something. In an instant, the infernal machine laid waste to our hopes, snuffing out the lives of my companions, and the man I loved was dragged into its core. In a last desperate attempt to make right our mistake, I called forth a barrier with which to seal Alexander. At that moment, however, the Codex shattered and the Colossus vanished without a trace. I guess the Codex is the cone. The Condex. My face when the cone betrays me. This is supposed to be more serious, but there's a cone, so it's really funny to me, apparently. When the dust settled, I found myself surrounded by the broken fragments of the cone, the cold, accusing remnants of our dream of a perfect world. Meanwhile, 10 feet behind me day in the past, we were fools to think only of the future. I did not realize it until my friends were gone, but the time we spent on a journey together, pursuing a shared dream, those moments were as precious as any paradise we could have hoped to build. It's a sad old tale, I'll give you that, but that doesn't explain why you had the Illuminati summon the Primal, or why you had us help you infiltrate it. After everything you've been through, you can't seriously think any good will come of reviving Alexander. You all but said as much yourself. Good has nothing to do with it. Understand, I did not act out of any lingering adherence to my old ideals. I simply wanted to see him again, and perhaps walk to the ends of the world with him. Him? Yeah, the person she loved, Biggs. We talked about this. Mide cannot mean Alexander. Unless that was the person's name. Not Alexander itself, but the soul I believe still resides within. Soul of Uplander sleeps in giant machine. Never has Backrix heard such unsense. I didn't know goblins said unsense. That's really good. Mide must abandon this. Oh, is it? Is that what Spirits Within is about? I thought it was a paladin ability. Now is not the time. It's also a paladin ability, that's the joke. I've got one more question to ask of you. What happens when all the codex fragments are brought together? Cone. Alexander was born from hearts that yearned for a perfect world. The writings of the Enigma Codex inspired such a desire, but they're more than just a collection of texts. The Codex can also be used to control the Primal. To be precise, 2 elements are required, a complete Enigma Codex and one capable of reading it. When both are present, Alexander can be commanded to transport its residents wherever they choose. Remembering when this rock was a cone and shaking my head. I myself was once able to read the Codex, but those days are long gone. Now the fragments are as dead to me as the stones beneath my feet. There's another, however, to whom the Codex still responds. One we all know quite well. What? Round rocks? Are you saying that little girl is the key to controlling a bleeding primal? Nod. Let me guess, Round Rocks has been captured by the Illuminati. Round Rocks has been captured by the Illuminati. Called it. I mean, I can't say called it when I've literally played this questline before. I think that's probably illegal. Tale as old as time, eh? Woman falls in love with a man, man gets sucked into a primal, woman tries summoning primal to be reunited with the man. Load of old rot if you ask me, but Mide seems to believe it. We're all in agreement on one thing, though. An innocent child's at the mercy of the Illuminati, and it's our job to rescue her. And then there was Cone. Not quite yet. Well, pretty soon, probably. It's all my fault. I only lost sight of Round Rocks for a moment, but by the time I spied her again, the Illuminati had her surrounded. Can't I do anything right? If they hurt her, I shall never forgive myself. Please, Sucro, please bring her back to safety. Bring her back safely? Someone is flying somewhere. Ah. A chocobo hovers. Toppling the tyrant. Spider again? Curse me for a fool. I should have known better than to underestimate the Illuminati. I assumed the missing piece in their plan was the Codex fragment, but they were talking about Round Rocks all along. We must mount a rescue, now, without delay. To the Illuminati, she's no better than a cog in that monstrous machine. Right, yes. Understood. It is like that she's being held somewhere in or close to Alexander's upper body. Continue your push through the left arm, and while the Illuminati are distracted, I will search for a way forward. This would all be different if Wedge had leveled up a job class more. But instead, Wedge doesn't even have a job stone. Dang it, Wedge. Arm of the Sun. Oh, well, if you can get in, you're more than welcome to join for the raids. Hopefully you'll be able to get over without too much trouble. There's still 5 left after this one, so there's plenty of time. Hey, this spike isn't real. I believe in Eureka. I also believe in Eureka, I guess. Question mark. That's a dangerous thing to state in the context of Final Fantasy XIV streaming. Guess I have to stream all of Eureka and Bozja now. Oh well. But yeah, you're also more than welcome to join in on anything I'm doing, Rika. If you ever feel like it. Yeah, my favorite game, Final Fantasy III. If you don't know, Final Fantasy III is probably my least favorite Final Fantasy game. It has some issues. Namely, that there's not a save point in the 5 million year long final dungeon gauntlet. I played a little bit of 11. I'm still curious about seeing if I can make 11 more palatable. Oh god. D&D casting rules in 14 would be really funny. Shoots. Is this one where you have to split up? Or does everyone go... I'm go this way, I guess. Bye. I guess it probably doesn't matter too much. Oh, a flesh wound. Ow. Oh, ouch. Ooh. I hate those. I hate it when my flesh is wounded. Cat. Cat. That's a cat. That's not a cat. That's a goblin with a tank. I actually don't know who to give that to. right, pages and stuff. His name's Shinoa, by the way. Cat says meow. I haven't been reading the boss dialogue again, I keep forgetting. It's fine though. Probably. Also, don't get hit by the orb. Orb is bad for health. Alright, I think the tank, I think the blue cage over there is just tank needs to defeat the ads. Yep. I keep accidentally like spamming Eucrasian Dosis, even though that is pointless to do. It's time for me to get imprisoned, I guess. I'm the green one. That's me. You also got grabbed by this. I don't think that's correct. Unless it is. I have to stand on this now. I read about this one. Yep, Stench Chamber. Stench Chamber is my least favorite Knuckles level in Sonic Adventure 2. Oh shit, I can do this, that's right. Local Sage remembers Icarus button. Heck yeah. I think that means you get to join in on the best part of Alexander 2. I have 4 guns and I could keep shooting. Oh, never mind. Not necessary. Nod. I can't commend anyone because everyone left. Shucks. That typically describes Famfrit, yes. And also every server. Yeah, Green Chamber is just stand on the gas. I think. I don't actually remember what's happening in Limsa on this server. It's probably the Jade clones happening. They're usually there. There's also the Weeaboo police are currently deployed in Gridania, I think, which is a bunch of Rogadan guys in Sublagar and a helmet and nothing else, standing at key points of entry. Oh, they're in Limsa right now, huh? Alright. Funny sort of police force, quote-unquote, to deploy in an anime video game, I would say, personally. Anyway. Ah, Sucro, I hear you made short work of Quick Thinks' flying machine. He will surely think twice before barging into the shortstop uninvited again. Though I don't suppose he has any reason to come here anymore. He already has his missing piece. Poor Round Rocks, if the Illuminati have harmed her, I don't know what I'll do. So the master of the Illuminati himself came flying in to drive you out? Ha! Sounds like you got him worried. We must be getting close. Or he was bored. Boaster, stop standing on the table, it's very rude. Uplander sends Quick Think scurrying. The Illuminati think twice before threatening us again. Uplander is nearly through left arm. Next Uplander must push forward into inner parts and save Round Rocks. Boaster has stopped standing on the table and has in fact ceased to exist. Temporarily, at least. Congratulations on your victory over Quick Thinks. While you were busy dismantling his flying machine, I finished charting Alexander's interior. The chamber you reached is situated in the innermost part of the left sector, which means your next aim should be... Backrix does not trust Treasure Hunter. 3 years ago, she summoned Metal Giant. Backrix wonders if she still wishes to finish mission of dead comrades. I do not blame you for doubting me. Truth be told, my former mentors often stressed that were the unthinkable to happen, it would be my burden as the youngest to carry on their work. But building the Codex's perfect world was their dream, not mine. I only borrowed it. As long as I was with those I held dear, I could happily have devoted myself to any cause. Seeing their passion, their joy, that was what filled me with resolve. And it was that which drove me to collect the pieces of the Codex. All their talk of learning and reason, of justice and perfection meant little to me in itself. I sometimes wonder why I was able to read the Enigma Codex in the first place. Mayhap it was because my youthful mind was as a blank slate, receptive to any ideal if put convincingly enough. In the end, of course, it didn't matter. The Primal took my friends' passion, their joy, and their idealism and ground them into dust. Though I survived, my commitment to the cause did not. Put simply, I had no need for a perfect world without them to share it. So believe me when I tell you that I did not seek Alexander's return to realize the dreams of the dead. I only wish to see him again. Meaning your leader? Nod. The section of Alexander you've been exploring is called Midas, after a king from a legend of Eld. Midas entreated the gods for a finger that would turn all he touched into gold, and the gods duly obliged. But in his carelessness, he transformed the one he loved most in the world into a lifeless golden statue. And thus the thing he coveted became his undoing. So it was with me and mine. Had we but paused for a moment to consider the means and not simply the end, mayhap my friends would still be alive. But we did not, and they are gone. We fucked around with the cone and we found out. My one remaining wish is simple: to speak with the man I love once more. If I could do that, I would be satisfied. There, I've told you everything. Assuming no one else wishes to question my motives, I would speak of Round Rock's rescue, as was my original intent. Now listen well. Nod. Alexander is divided into 3 main sections, each powered by an independent core. You've already fought your way through to the innermost part of Midas, the left arm. The core lies only a little way beyond, but you may be sure that the Illuminati will have deployed the bulk of their forces to defend it. Hold on a minute, why would they choose to keep Round Rocks there? The cores are just power sources. Nod. You are correct, and the answer is they wouldn't. Round Rocks is most likely being held within Alexander's upper body, but the Illuminati have locked the entrances from either arm, making it impossible to enter. Our only choice is to stop the core, and in doing so, stop Alexander. I see. Why, that's actually rather clever. The Illuminati need Round Rocks to control the Primal, but if it can't move, they'd have no need for her. At the very least, they'll have no choice but to keep her safe until the Primal is in working order again. Activating those cores would have used up every crystal the Illuminati had. If we destroy the second one, I doubt they'll have enough to get them operational again. Group nod. Do Uplanders truly think Metal Giant can be toppled? Nod. A scoop of Sue cream? I don't know about that one. Think about Coton. I'm thinking about the cone. The cone of the Ashen World. Anyway. I'm always thinking about cone location Ashen World. Anyway. Actually, I'm going to be right back first. I'm glad you like the name day facts. I like the Sucro facts in general. It's a very fun corner of the screen to me. I'm having a thought. Also, the WebP file type should go burn to death in fire. It just adds an extra step to every process. I'm trying to do a funny joke here. Maybe. And yet, WebP, which sounds like a ham chat word, is here to mess everything up slightly. Well, first of all, consider the cone. Secondly, consider I try. I didn't expect it to be so large. Hold on. The cone. Wait, I have to find the please wait. There it is. This should go... There we go. Incredible. Thank you, me, for this funny joke. This is still in the stream, by the way. This is still here in the layout. Thank you, Dandion. Anyway, gotta put this back. All right, we're here. Alexander is a primal that happens when you try to summon 3D Doritos. Oh, there's a giant whale. I see. Greetings to the whale. I need to continue taking the quest, though. Treasure Hunter truly believes Soul of Lost Love sleeps in Metal Giant. Madness. But Backrix does not doubt resolve to rescue Round Rocks. Go with Mide deep into Midas and deactivate Second Core, but do not underestimate Illuminati. Day and night they bring supplies into Steel Fortress. Backrix suspects Illuminati are tinker making new weapons. The burden of the sun is now accessible. Wait, there's only 2 seats on this mount? That's a 2-seater? Okay, well, I'm surprised by this. That is one I can sit in. I I think Sucro is the shortest one here, even though one of us is an Alra. Alra who are notoriously short, unless the driver's seat is like slightly higher up for whatever reason. Sucro is exactly 5 feet tall for the record. That is one of the Sucro facts. So... yeah. Sucro is exactly 5 feet tall, and the reason for this is that I looked up the height of scarecrows. Like the average height of a scarecrow at some point. I think. So that's the real Sucro fun fact for everyone. Funny robot. Oh really? The Combaticons were those, huh? Someone in the chat said, I don't remember this except for the important part. Hey, this boss HP seems pretty low overall, wouldn't you say? I still mishear that one very specific line in some of the Alexander songs as stop giving kids on the weekend. I think I mentioned that last time. I'm not sure. It seems like something I mention as often as I possibly can. So... well... whoops. Messed that one up a little bit. Anyway, here's Brawler and Vortexer. I keep casting Swift Cast Heal at the same moment that the other healer does. Or Swift Cast Revive. That sure is very interesting trivia, Samantha. Purple. I need to be up high. Forgot to apply a dot. Help. Initializing new combat protocol. The person in the chat who said, I don't remember it except for the important part, they just said the important part. Welcome to Brute Justice! It's Super Sentai time. This rules so much. Rika, I specifically remember you had this playing in your apartment. And it was very funny every time I went into your apartment. Stop giving hits on the weekend. Stop doing it. The freaking like children yelling about Brute Justice transforming or whatever. Oh god. This is like Knights of the Round, basically, except with a funny robot. Really. Red, be on red. Not in front of the laser, though. God, this fight rules. Sins of the Sun, 1. No, Sucro, don't stand in front of the boss as it falls over. You'll take a bunch of damage. I like how everyone just turns away for the explosion. Of course they do. Joy. Both of you are correct. Everyone folds their arms too. God. Like, I think I recently witnessed that happens and then like forgot it in time for seeing it again and still thinking it's very funny. Sometimes my poor memory can be a blessing, my poor short-term memory. Also, as Karma is demonstrating here, something I think is very funny about the warrior job is that as long as they have any rage on their rage meter, they have this glow around them. Like always, forever. I just think that's funny. Yeah. I've been leveling warrior up a little bit recently. 2 commendations. I'll take it, I guess. Unusably small amounts of fury is a great phrase. Biggs, what are you doing? It does kind of look like koosh balls a little bit. A second core, I do believe. Once that's out of commission, Alexander won't be going anywhere. Nod. This time she just teleported on top of it. Diane, would that I could see you just once more. Boop, 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 boop. Farewell, my love. She had to charge up that last boop. Foolish Uplanders, Illuminati are not owned. You. Gobby is not shrinking into corny cob. Illuminati not owned. Too frightened to face us alone, I see. Not that I blame you. We all know what Sucro did to you last time. To usher in future that has been writ, even strongest Gobby must sometimes pretend to be weak and let enemies win. I'm not owned. Oh, pretending were you? And I suppose losing this core was all part of your plan. Don't make me laugh. You know as much about the future as we do. Quickthinks knows all. For example, Quickthinks knows one among Uplanders carries true fragment of Enigma Codex. Seems the game is up, pigs. There's no hiding the truth from Quickthinks. Very well, I admit it, I have the fragment. But I won't be handing it over to the likes of you. Oi, Wedge, didn't you hear him? He knows all! Which means he knows that what you're carrying's a worthless rock. Well, I've got the genuine article tucked away in me small clothes. Even clowns who can see the future are still clowns. Quickthinks already knows conclusion of Uplander's childish games. He's coming for me. Yeah, that makes sense. He knows all. What's he waiting for? Long ago was outcome decided. Uplanders think they are victorious, but luck is no friend to them today. What? Cat is vibrating. And now Enigma Codex belongs to Illuminati. All pieces fall into our hands. It is you who is Corny Cob. At least one of those goblins forgot to make the wings actually fly and is just gonna land with a splat sort of noise. A crunch, maybe? Far as I can make out, the thing's in good working order. No damage, no signs of tampering. I can only think it was an emergency fluctuation that did it. Just bad luck. Bad luck? You're saying it was pure chance that the platform stopped at that exact moment? And what about Quickthinks? There's no way he could have predicted something like that. The odds would be infinitesimal. I never know how to say that word. That word is just a jumble of letters. Infinitesimal. Probably. Well, however he did it, the fact remains that he did. But that doesn't mean we have to stand for it. When someone takes something from you, you just have to take it back. Nod. We have at least 5 guns. And now we're in the spooky chamber again. But like the other one. It was mentioned last time that this kind of had the vibe of like those Splatoon levels after you beat a boss and they just start having weird, unsettling atmospheric sounds, and like, yeah, I can see it. I can hear it, I guess? Would be the correct phrase? I don't know. Whoop. Also, it's kind of funny that they were like, ha, it's like the Gordian knot, that's a pun. And then the second one's just the Maiden knot. Because they're like, fuck, we already did the pun. Which reminds me, there was one incident where I think it was PvP related. They had like the dueling circle or whatever that was shaped like a square. And there was a live letter where someone asked about this. And as Koji Fox tried to explain it, I think Yoshi P just turned to him and said in English, "Why?" And it was very funny. Dancing and sitting are two activities one may perform when idle. That's true, I agree. Try as I might, I can't think of a logical explanation for what happened back there. Not only did the platforms malfunction at precisely the right moment, but QuickThinks was on the only one that didn't. And it just happened to be in exactly the right place to catch the codex fragment. Do you know how difficult it would be to orchestrate something like that, much less predict it? I was talking about, there was one live letter where, there was a question about how there was like I think a PvP related thing called like the dueling circle that was shaped like a square, or it was called a square and shaped like a circle. I think it was a circle shaped like a square. And as Koji Fox is trying to explain it, Yoshi P just turns and says, "Why?" in English. He primarily speaks in Japanese, so anytime he chooses to use a single English word, it's typically very funny for some reason. Like when he said nightmare, when someone asked him about having a Legacy 1.0 server, like WoW Classic. Like, while they were asking the question, he just started laughing. And then when it came time for him to answer, he just said, nightmare. Which is true. Probably. People are performing various Manderville dances behind me. Over there. What a bunch of bleeding dolts! Why didn't we just leave the fragment here with Backrix? Still, we did do one thing right, I suppose. The second core's out of action and the primal's going nowhere. Forgive me. Through my incompetence, the Illuminati have all they need to control Alexander. And though the beast is now immobile, I cannot help but feel that matters are worse. Nor do our troubles end there. In our absence, Backrix seems to have taken leave of his senses. Is that so? Do Uplanders forget something? Matters are too urgent for such foolish doings. What? Tongue flaps of Uplander make Backrix almost to laugh. Uplander claims they've already stopped core and lost fragment to QuickThinks? Look here, Uplander. Backrix has brain case like steel trap. Catching all heard things, all seen things, and he saw Uplanders leave but a few moments ago. Backrix senses something is amiss. Also, I didn't respond to it's a squared circle. I vaguely feel like that's something that was actually said in that circumstance, but I don't remember for sure. Pacrix is certain that Uplanders left for Metal Giant only moments before returning. He watches Uplanders disappear over horizon with own two eyes. But it's impossible to return so soon if Uplander's tale is true. Why Treasure Hunter also makes such claims, Pacrix does not know. Go, Uplander, trade and tug flaps with Mide, and together think of explanation. Some shenanigans are afoot. Have you been able to make any sense of Pacrix's account? According to his version of events, we scarcely would have had time to reach the core, much less shut it down. But we were all there, and we all know what happened. Nod. Explain? Are you sure he's not just confused? Maybe he got lost in all that data of his and forgot the time. I'm afraid not. That is, unless the goblin standing watch near Alexander was also confused. His reports corroborate Pacrix's. Now, something else is going on here, I'm certain of it. The question is what? If we assume for a moment that the goblin's accounts are true, then hardly any time has passed since we entered the barrier around Alexander. Time stopped? Impossible. Impossible? You mean like Quick Things predicting exactly what was going to happen in the core room? I hate to say it, but maybe he wasn't talking out of his arse. If time doesn't work the same in there, maybe he saw the future. There may be another explanation for that. There is a device deep within Alexander capable of performing complex mathematical calculations. It's not outside the realm of possibility that it could be used to predict the outcome of simple events. Using mathematics to predict the future? Now, even if I could believe that, it wouldn't explain this business with Pacrix. Biggs is right. Perhaps the presence of the primals somehow disrupted the flow of time within the barrier. It's only a theory, of course, and a far-fetched one at that. But it might go some way towards explaining recent events. To be clear, you are implying that the Illuminati are aware of this temporal disruption, and have been using it to somehow gaze into the future? Very well, if you're willing to accept that, why not go further? Might it not be the case that they found a way to bend time to their will? By moving back and forth in time, the Illuminati could effectively manipulate the present however they saw fit. They would ever remain one step ahead of us, our every effort doomed to fail from the first. Now that's a sobering theory, but it's still only a theory, right? There's no point panicking just yet. Wedge, give the chief a call on your link pro, why don't you? If anyone knows how to untangle this knot, it's him. Chief, it's me. It's about Alexander. We've noticed something strange about time inside the primal. What? No, not our time inside the primal. The time. I mean time itself. Chief, it might be best if you just came here. I will await your arrival. And so we did. People might have other things to say, but I guess I'm waiting instead. Sid, is time travel possible? Slime travel? Hello. Is that a heated debate I hear? Boys, you started without me. Now what was that what you were saying about the link pearl? Something about running out of time? Sid insisted that I accompany him, though I would have come even had he not. Matters have taken a turn for the worse, I gather. Yes, that is correct. Bad things are occurring. You can say that again. Everyone nodding. Everyone running. The etheric fluctuations are akin to those I observed shortly before the primal's awakening. In the absence of a functioning core, its form is dissipating, albeit slowly. Ishtola, would you mind lending me your goggles for a moment? It can't hurt to have a second opinion. Nod. Seems weird. What in the seven hells? The ether pouring from the primals flowing backwards, as if time were passing in reverse. That cannot be. Such a phenomenon is wholly without precedent. Knowing so little of this primal's capabilities, however, it would be remiss to discount the possibility outright. Yeah, it's a clever little, like, cover for switching the model, but also it is pretty funny. Switching stuff on the model. If it is as we fear, then at this very moment Alexander could be undoing our efforts to shut down its cores. All of our labors will have been for naught. Ah, the treasure hunter of whom we've heard so much. You seem unperturbed by our outlandish speculations. Was this perchance the subject of Wedge's communication? Nod, nod. Panic. Nod. Gods help us. If there's any truth to this, it won't matter how many cores we disable. The Illuminati will simply undo any damage we cause. And what do we do, Chief? How do we even begin to fight something like that? Much pondering. Shoot it with guns. To erase the past, to return to a clean slate. Could Diane have known? Meanwhile... the cone is restored! Mostly. Preparations for restoration of Enigma Codex are complete. Calculations show margin of error for future readings is 0.03%. Foolish Gabi. When future is decided, there is no error. This statement will not cause any problems for me in the future, because the future is good. I read about it. There is no failure. Listen well, chosen of Illuminati. At last all pieces are in place. No longer must wise suffer foolishness of unwise. Time has come to backstrike. Inferiors will make way for our perfect world or die. Now restore Enigma Codex. Point. Also, that's Round Rock strapped to the chair. Or like stuck in the chair or whatever. Pretty sure. The cone is back. Yep. That seems concerning. Now is Alexander Illuminati's to control. Soon will cores disabled by Uplanders be disabled no longer. Reverse time! Oh, okay. No worries. Once power flows to third core, Alexander will be fully operational. And with third core will its true potential awaken. Wings of time will unfurl and all of history will be at mercy of Illuminati. Chosen ones will amend mistakes of past and reshape world into perfection. Okay, that would be really funny if the cone was broken again. That would be very good. At last, prophecies of Enigma Codex will be fulfilled. And quick thinks all thoughts will rule as king of new world, of correct world. chosen ones, menders of history, be proud to serve as builders of this paradise. Various saluting. And this is why you have to be very careful with cones. We don't have the luxury of time to plan our next step. We must rescue Round Rocks without delay, for her sake and ours. Seems we have more questions than answers where this primal is concerned. If the Illuminati really can see into the future, does that mean they already know what we're going to do next? Oh, probably. Y'shtola and the Chief have returned to Matoya's cave. Don't worry, between them, they're sure to find the answer to our problems. If it isn't waiting on a shelf in the Charlian Annals, it'll be in some forgotten corner of the Chief's brain, you mark my words. And the next time we meet Quick Things, we'll be ready for him. Adventurer, there's something I'd like to discuss with you, but mayhap it would be best to wait until we're safely back at the shortstop. I'll see you there. I think they're just predicting the future because they can time travel. Or like have some knowledge of time travel and prophecy. But also math might be involved. I suppose I should start by apologizing for everything. Were it not for me, the Illuminati would never have summoned that infernal machine or gained the means to control it. And now Quick Things possesses the power to manipulate time, to foresee the future and erase the past. I dare not think how we will use it. Returning the cores to their former state was but a foretaste. When all three are active and Alexander can traverse both time and space, nothing will stand between the Illuminati and their twisted utopia. We cannot let it come to that, Sucro. Somehow we must find a way to stop them. Hey, math is the foundation for, like, 2 entire jobs in this game. Or at least, like, the base class that splits into both of them. So I do believe in math to some extent. And just you wait until a certain raid series that's quite a ways in the future when math will kill me. Probably. We cannot let it come to that, Sucro. Somehow we must find a way to stop them. But first we must rescue Round Rocks. Of all the innocent victims of this sorry tale, her plight pains me the most. Why did I just get item? I heard sound of item. Oh, calculator for 7.0 actually reminds me. I was looking at the Final Fantasy XIV Reddit the other day. Dangerous task, not recommended. But there was one joke topic that was kind of funny. That was like, hey, we have a gun healer with Sage, we have a gun tank with Gunbreaker, and we have a gun DPS with Machinist. We have a book DPS with Summoner and a book healer with Scholar. We need a book tank. And one of the replies in that topic was calculator as tank. Tank calculator 7.0 with a book. And that, I like that idea, it's pretty funny. The shortstop just isn't the same without her. I hope someone will keep her treasures safe until she returns. The Midas Touch. They can block with an abacus? Perfect. I forget what weapon class calculators actually used in Final Fantasy Tactics. It was probably just something else that was around. I think books were a weapon class that someone could use. And you could throw them with the throw command. Or am I making that up? Anyway, hey. After Alexander Midas, they released the official lyrics for the song Locus, which was previously unreleased and people had to interpret it. They waited until after Midas to release these lyrics because they imply stuff about Alexander that you're not supposed to know yet. They're very distorted and difficult to understand in the moment. I would like to read the lyrics to Locus, like I read the lyrics to Fiend. Seeking the peace of reason, sheep in a peaceless season. Reason to keep believing, waken the beast who's sleeping. Locus, by the way, is the song that is in most of the fights of Alexander, just to clarify. Let go this destiny, you're caught in a trance. Ever marking time inside a dream, no sign of advance. You see, the mortal coil we serve is taut like a spring. Step back, two-step, 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 1, 2, 3. Our world's a fantasy, no more than a test, ever feeding off the fallacy, creating this mess. Deep down, inside this bleak machine with all of the rest. Break free, two-phase electricity. Time turning up the volume. Time turning on us always. No time enough tomorrow for turning back to where we began. 22 sectors tested, fragments in one direction. Celestial noise detected, delirium unsuspected. Static tuned into reason, time in the ether deepens. Transmissions blink uncompleted. 72323 send. Arrested destiny, alone in a trance, no escaping from this waking dream, no hope for advance, you see. The mortal coil we serve's not but a spring, unwind, too slow, too quick, too much to believe. Your world's a fantasy, you failed the test, ever forging all new fallacies, creating more mess directly through this bleak machine with all of the rest. DC, dying electricity. Falling back right into the system, of falling back on all that's erased, like Boaster just now. When fighting back right out of this system means falling back right into this space. Yes, falling back right in with the system, who will see you falling back to the end, when falling back is better than simply falling back into pieces again. Silent steel breathing, memory writing, reading, error, repeat, deleting, radicals flowing free and energy slowly seeping, suspending all disbelief in, synergy with our being, synapses fire in 3 then, ... I just think the lyrics to Alexander music is very interesting. It's not really singing it. It got a little more singing it by the end of it, but yeah. I thought that was worth mentioning because those lyrics feel like they imply a lot of stuff, probably. I don't know all of the great details, but I will point out that 72323 send, the code that we used to enter Gordias was 723, I think. So that's probably meaningful or something. And on that note, I'm going to be right back once again. Be sure to take frequent breaks. I'm gonna leave the cone and the Doritos there still. R.I.P. Old Zealand. I have a question for the Final Fantasy XIV knowers in chat. In one of the upcoming fights, there will be like a secondary area, let's say, that I believe you can optionally choose to go into or not. And I don't remember if, as a healer, I am supposed to go in there, or if I'm supposed to not go in there. That is rather... That's like at the end of this section, but still. I am not supposed to go there, okay. But it's cool, though. Old Zealand is part of Denmark? I've learned something new today. Clearly, I should switch jobs so that I can go to the cool zone. Who goes in there? Is it just the DPS that do? Well, shoot. Because if I switch to DPS, the queue is gonna take 1,000 years. Hey, who the hell is this guy? Get out of here. Never seen this character in my life. Oi, well. I don't need to be DPS now, technically. I guess, because that's rather far into the... Anyway, I'll just start the question. The Curl and the Colossus. I still don't know if I'm saying the name of Final Fantasy Cat correctly either. Ah, adventure, you come at an opportune moment. It would seem we have a visitor. I was pacing about thinking of Round Rocks when something in the shadows drew my eye. I only caught a brief glimpse, but it bore an uncanny resemblance to Quick Thinks' constant companion. Shinoa, was it? If the Curl's here, there's a good chance that her Illuminati keepers are close by. We'd best track her down and quickly. Follow me. Cat must be located. Cat parentheses not Sucro. Cat located. More like Catsylvania. Okay. Just as I thought, it is Shinoa. Or is it? One Curl kitten looks much the same as another, and she doesn't seem to have brought any of her friends. Over there! Someone died! I like how the cat also ran over with us. Uplanders, what are all these snap crashings and... Wah! An Illuminati spy. Sent by Quick Things to observe our movements, like as not. Given the sizable disadvantage at which we find ourselves, we thought it best to relieve him of duty. He spent his final moments babbling about all of the Illuminati's deranged schemes. Claimed that once the final core was activated and Alexander fully operational, the fortress would gain the power to travel through time, taking them along with it. I thought we knew that already. He seemed quite convinced that Quick Thinks was a prophet of sorts, a traveler from the future come to the present to return history to its proper state. Aye, and that's not the half of it. According to him, the battle for history has already been won, and not by us. For the future is writ in the Enigma Codex, and we but play our roles in it. Quick Thinks a traveler from the future? That would certainly explain how he was able to anticipate our every move, but could it be that he's already conquered the world of tomorrow? Have all of our efforts been in vain? Did I read the lyrics too early? Ah, tongue flaps of crazed Illuminati make brain case hurt. Backricks would speak of different subject. What brings Uplanders back to shortstop? Having settled upon a plan of action, Sid and I were in the process of making our final preparations with Master Matoya when this kitten scampered in, mewing as if to beckon us. We duly followed her, and she led us here, much to the dismay of the fellow at our feet. I'm not one to look a gift curl in the mouth, but something about all this doesn't sit right with me. She's been at Quickthinks' side, make that on his bloody head every step of the way, and now she decides to betray her keepers? If the cat could speak our tongue, I'd have a question or two for her, mayhap even 3. I can't believe I'm even considering this, but then it wouldn't be the strangest thing I've heard today. You there, cat! Sucro looks up like, what? You're Shanoa, Quickthinks' little familiar, aren't you? Two mews for yay and 1 for nay. Meow, meow. Did she truly? Do you want to go home? Meow. 7 hells, I think the bloody furball might actually understand us. But that doesn't mean we can trust her. For all we know, she could be here to do her master's dirty work. You didn't miss any, actually, because I took a slight break and also read the lyrics to Locus, because I thought that would be important, or, like, interesting. Also, it was a convenient way to stall for time a little bit, but I mostly had been planning to do that after Midas anyway. We are talking to a cat. That's true. A moment, Uplander. Tongue flaps of Roundrox come to Backrix's brain case. 3 years ago, when Roundrox found Codex Splinterstone, Roundrox said, Black Curlchild is there, on looking. Backrix thinks nothing of this then, but now... You mean to imply that Shanoa here was present when we attempted the summoning? I very much doubt that. If she were a kitten 3 years ago, she would be a fully grown curl by now. Unless, that is, she took a shortcut through time. An implausible theory, I grant you, but one we cannot well dismiss in light of recent events. If true, it would raise a still more troubling possibility, that Roundrox's discovery of the Codex was no mere coincidence, but an event orchestrated by Quickthinks to further his own ends. Ponder the cat. Oh, this just gets better and better. Look, whatever's going on here, we're not like to find out by standing around talking. We need to delve deeper into this fortress. And as luck would have it, Wedge claims his latest invention will allow us to do just that. I've sent him and Biggs on ahead to the Maker's Quarter to perform the final tests. Meet them there when you're ready. I'll join you as soon as my own preparations are complete. Leave it to me. I'm a cat. Not like that one. Different cat. Cat wiggling, cat wiggling, cat wiggling, cat wiggling. God, I love the extremely sped up cat walking animation. To travel back in time and set past wrongs aright, who could resist such temptation? And how grievous the consequences of surrendering to it. For in allowing the past to consume us and making our every choice, our every action the correct one, would we not cease to live in the present and in turn lose sight of the future? 'Tis a path not to redemption, but to madness. Thank you for sharing your opinion on time travel, Y'shtola. I think I agree with you. That is true. I suppose. I must apologize once again for my negligence last time, Sucro. Rest assured I've done my utmost to make it up to you with my latest invention. Why, it may very well be my best yet. Yes, I have a good feeling about this mission. This time we'll show that powered mad gobby what for. If Quickthinks truly has seen the future, we may very well be walking straight into a trap. And yet what other choice do we have? Ah, Sucro, all fired up and ready to go, are we? Then I'd best hurry up and brief you on the task at hand. In a nutshell, we'll be attacking the Primal on 2 fronts. As we speak, Yashtola's leading an attempt to cut off the primal source of ether. Our job, meanwhile, will be to head into the belly of the beast and rescue young Round Rocks. Without her to view the Enigma Codex for him, the Illuminati won't be able to turn back time anymore, giving us a fighting chance of beating the bastards. The chief reckons that the shortest path is through the giant's great fat noggin, though the only problem being that it's inside the barrier. Not to worry, though. Wedge's latest wonder will take care of that. He's dubbed it the BBG-2, which he tells me is short for Barrier Be Gone. Of course, the barrier doesn't serve to just keep folk out, it also keeps the primal in. That being why Mide and her mates raised the bleeding thing in the first place. So the moment it goes down, there'll be nothing to stop the Colossus from running rampant if it has a mind to. Which means we're gonna need to move fast. The chief will take the Excelsior in as close as he can to Alexander's head, while you'll jump off and secure us away inside. Wasting no time, you'll then climb back aboard and Wedge will re-engage the barrier, all before our metal friend even knows what's happening. Got it? Good. Because we've got our work cut out for us, let's get going. The Eyes of the Creator. So thinking about the part that only DPS are supposed to look at in, like, the last fight of this set, does cool stuff happen outside of that part that make being a healer also cool? Or should I be a DPS so that you could see the cool part? That's my question. No? Okay. I guess I'll switch to DPS for that one. It's pretty bland outside. Fair enough. Eyes of the Creator, though. We were talking about earlier walking around on the outside of Alexander. It's time to do that. They're only Star Wars ripoffs in the name. It's more like a shout-out, I guess. All right, time to deactivate the barrier. And so they did. People have to wait for me to watch this cutscene. Smoke is too thick, can't see a damn thing. You'll have to press on alone. And so we did. There's a Lalafell with fox ears in here. What? There's another person with Crow in the name. Impossible. Name 15 different Final Fantasy characters, Sid. It's Faust again. This keeps happening. Oh no, I'm still Sage. I'm gonna switch to DPS for the last part, effectively. Strange. This is a part with mechanics, I think. Also, you'll notice we already have gone to metal instead of locust, actually. You have to like move the power generator over to the scrap, I think, or something. And then all of the ads have to die in fire, which is going to happen over there, I think. Yeah. Because if the ads don't become on fire, then all the scrap gets used to repair parts of the boss, I think, is the thing. Also, you probably have to sit behind a rock. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I guess Faust probably had to get destroyed. Also, I didn't notice the music kind of like dynamically switched to having lyrics in it once the fighting started. I think. Unless that was entirely coincidental. It's really interesting that there's dynamic lyrics specifically for this when that's like most likely to happen if you wipe, I guess, right? Yeah. Hey, there we go. Okay, I guess you also hear the dynamic music a little bit in the death cutscene. Nod. Oh, in the lead up to the fight? Fair enough. Everyone left before I could commend anybody again. I mapped the realm. I got one commendation. Fine work, old friend. Thanks to you, we have our way in. Stay where you are, we're coming. But first, now that you're clear, we had best get that barrier back up before the big fellow gets restless. Wedge, ready the BBG-2 and reactivate the barrier. On my mark. Mark! Nope, that's not all of it. Not yet. There's plenty more. Sort of. We're over here now. Excellent timing, Yashtola. Sucro's done it. We have a clear path into the heart of the beast. Good. 'Tis a relief to hear that at least one side of the operation proceeded according to plan. The same may not be said of the other. Our efforts to cut off the primal source of ether proved wholly ineffective. Quite why I cannot say, though I am hopeful that one among us can. What, Mide? On the basis that she summoned the damn thing, you mean? I think you'd better explain. Amogus. I was thinking it. Like all primals, Alexander constantly draws ether from its surroundings both to sustain itself and gain in strength. Master Matoya and I believed we could disrupt or at the very least inhibit this process by means of Arcanima. By creating a vast impassable etheric... Hey, wait, where'd the sound go? Hey. Oh, hey, what? Hold on. Sound broken? Why is sound broken? Okay, so it's the stream deck that's broken, maybe. So I'll just have to manually time this. Close enough. Well. Hey, well, I have the soundboard open. We've actually heard some of the stuff in here in the game already, so I can actually play it.
Sickness must be purged. You disgust me.
I have those on the soundboard. Also, I guess those are echoing because I have it set to not mute for me, but you know, that's fine. It's already echoey. Now I'm distracted by the funny toy of soundboard.
Go with many blessings.
Anyway. Oh, that...
Good.
Okay, now we're done. By creating a vast impassable etheric membrane between the primal and the land from which it drinks, which is why the old witch has had me place those infernal devices of hers in every nook and cranny of this place. Are you telling me they don't work? That line in particular that I didn't know until recently is extremely funny to me. At last, you have the wisdom to find my house! Like, what? Thank you, Gronum, but okay. Very good. Also, apparently I can do an okay Gronum voice. Evil knowledge to use later. Who gets the Gronum voice in the future of this game? We'll have to find someone. Yes and no. As far as we can tell, the Arcanima are functioning precisely as intended, and yet for reasons we've been unable to ascertain, they have no measurable effect on the primal. Alright, out with it. Mide, if there is anything you haven't told us, we need to hear it now. We're running out of options. I fear it will not avail us, but very well. It all began with a curious encounter in my younger days. I was playing on my own one day when a stranger appeared before me. He told me anything my heart wished for could be mine, if I but heeded his words. God, I hope so. Mystery individual. In my youth, I did not fully comprehend what the man was proposing at the time. Nevertheless, his words seemed to burn themselves into my very soul. "Reunite the scattered shards of the Enigma Codex," he said, "and perform the sacred rite before the ruins yet stand strong against the river's flow. Then and only then shall your hopes and dreams become reality." I guess this guy gets the voice. Congratulations, whoever this is. With that, he handed me the relic, a horn with a tip of metal. Possibly La Habrea. Do not toot it. Which seems so foreign as to hail from another world. It would serve as a catalyst for the summoning, he explained. A gift from your friend Travanchet, and then he was gone. Travanchet? I know the man. Our paths crossed during my time in Limsa, in the days before the calamity. I might have guessed that the Asians had a hand in this. Oh. This is a 1.0 thing. Huh. The horn of which you speak was once rumored to reside on Seal Rock. It's a lost relic of the ancients with the power to manipulate the etheric energy in the very air around us. The Scions have long pursued the horn, fearing the devastation that might ensue were an artifact of such power to fall into the wrong hands. Finally, I do begin to see. If I have the right of it, Alexander's third core is using the horn to draw ether from far and wide. Pretend that made a Mario sound effect, because that's broken apparently. There's little wonder our plan failed. Even without moving an Ilm, the Primal possesses the means to drain not just this land of ether, but our very star. Then our course is clear. If the old witch's magics won't avail us, we shall just have to get inside and dismantle the core the old-fashioned way. Indeed, and yet we must be wary. We have seen the course of time reversed once before. We may well yet see it again. Even should we succeed in destroying our target, there's naught to prevent the Illuminati from simply returning the stricken core to its previous state. Aye, they're free to turn back the clock again and again, the primal growing stronger all the while. So what do we do then? We can't just give up. No, we press on. Lest we forget, controlling Alexander requires the Codex, and the Codex is but a useless piece of stone without the mind of the Gobby girl. If we can rescue Round Rocks, Quick Things will have no way to flip the hourglass. The Circle of Knowing once tasked me with recovering the horn, and 'twas through mine own negligence that Travanchet acquired it. That it now endangers our world is my responsibility. Even were I not a scion, I should do all in my power to make amends. Whatever assistance I can offer, it is yours. Then it begins. I'll send word to our friends in Idleshire. Biggs, Wedge, ready the Excelsior. Sucro, prepare for departure. Let Operation Rescue Round Rocks commence. I thought it already commenced. What does the cat have to say about this? Wait, there's another cat! There's two of them! What? Are you saying cats are evil? I won't stand for this kind of talk in my chat room. Cats are... This cat is now named Schrodinger. Of course. Meow. Backrix is reading about cats now to see if there's more than one cat. Backrix sees Shanoa on top of Whirlycog Giant. This is different, Kuro Kitten, so Backrix names her Schrodinger. What does it mean? Backrix does not know. Oh, there was the lore. I'm not gonna look at it. The lore there is possibly just like recaps and stuff, I guess. Even if we succeed in freeing Round Rocks, what will remain of the girl we once knew? To the Illuminati, she's little more than a cog in their divine machine. They need her alive, aye, but no more than that. And they will not have scrupled to use any means necessary to force her compliance. Okay, I actually am going to read, like, one of these to see what it is. Yeah, this is a recap, mostly. Backrix said he saw Shanoa standing on top of the Colossus at Quick-Thinks' side, just as you expect her to be. Do you think Backrix's new pet is just a long-lost littermate? The resemblance is truly uncanny. I can make things even more confusing. This one is smaller. Now there is 3 of this cat. But so many cat. But I have to have Anima summoned because Anima is important. 7 hells! It wasn't enough that those Illuminati lunatics had a bleeding time machine, was it? No, it had to be a time machine with the power to destroy the whole bleeding world. I mean, I'm used to the future of Eorzea being at stake, but this is the future, past and present, all rolled into one. We have to get Round Rocks out of there before those gobbies can put any more of their crazy schemes in motion. Oh no, there's another cat now. They're multiplying. The other Mikote is Yashtola. You're pretty close. Speaking of gobbies, have you talked to old Backrix lately? Turns out the kitten you met wasn't Shanoa after all, just a doppelganger. He's already taken the little furball back to the shortstop and given it a name, Schrodinger, or however you pronounce it. Anyway, I'd best be heading back that way myself. Biggs there, right there. See you there, Sucro. She has summoned an additional cat. Maybe I will, at least temporarily. The cats must multiply. There must be as many cats as possible. Biggs and Wedge's excellent adventure. I just fell off a cliff. And then pretended to be dead. Ready to head back into the belly of the beast, Sucro? Alright, let's get this rescue mission off the ground. First, some good news. While the barrier was down, we were able to get our first good look inside Alexander's innards. As far as we can tell, Round Rocks is being held captive in what seems to be the central control chamber of the whole Colossus, called, hopefully, Central Control. As to how we reach it, do you remember when you infiltrated Midas and there was the cavernous room with the dirty great city in it? Aye, well, we've spotted one of those floating platforms which goes back and forth between there and the place we need to get to. The quickest route to the city is straight through the Giant's Head. You'll go in through the hatch you opened for us last time, take care of any guards, and secure the platform I mentioned. Meanwhile, the Chief and the others will be making their way to you via Midas, after setting out in advance to sweep the place for any nasty surprises. Once you've all rendezvoused, it'll be time to storm the central room while me and Wedge stage a little diversion. Got all that? Good. Then let's crack some Illuminati skulls. I feel like I took an extra long amount of time to get to the second part of this. I apologize if anyone was impatient for any reason. Breath of the Creator. Oh, I wanted to see if I could actually go and land up there. I was distracted by cats. I frequently am. I guess this big city is like the Alexander residential district or something. Because this is supposed to be a paradise for everyone to live in. So that makes sense. Welcome to Macy's. Oh no. I like how Karma's adventure plate seems to be her falling over and looking completely unfazed by it, just being sideways with a blank expression. That's pretty good. The adventure plates are a little bit odd. It's easy for those to like fall apart. Maybe they'll make it a little bit better in future patches. This one. This is one that's also very complicated, I think. There's like buttons and stuff. Yeah, the Excruciator is the name of the area that we're in. That was the wrong button. forgot to apply my dot. Yeah, all of this stuff is probably extra loud when you have sensitive ears. Earplugs probably exist. Or at least magical ones. Just put some earth crystals in your ears or whatever. It's fine. Nod. See, it's fine. Sucro says nod. I don't know what that sound was. One commendation. Excellent work, old friend. That platform's our shortcut to the heart of the machine. All seems quiet on our front, so 7 hells, we've got company. And then Sid died. Cone located. Ah, there you are, Sucro. We were met by a small welcoming party, but it was nothing we couldn't handle. Biggs and Wedge just contacted me as well. They're headed here as we speak. Round rocks. Shoot the cone. So this is the Enigma Codex. And that must be the third and final core. 12 have mercy, if you could but see the volume of ether issuing from it. Yes, much swirly bright. Time wings can spread. Travel to overtimes, make bad things good again. Could it be? Do we truly have the power to change the past? Could erase my mistakes. I could see him again. 3 years ago, Mide lost dear one. Mide wants dear one back, yes? Round Rocks helps Mide. Round Rocks, no, you must save your strength. Mide worries too much. Round Rocks is strong, Gobby. Uplanders, hold on to brain cases. Time wings spread. This seems bad. 7 hells, is the girl gone mad? Stop this, Round Rocks. Stop, I say. Cone activated. Bracing for cone. And then suddenly, Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 happened. Biggs, where are we? And why is everything spinning? Biggs, Wedge, can you hear me? Roundrox has engaged Alexander's time distortion mechanism. We're hurtling into the past. We're what? Oh, right. Biggs and Wedge's excellent adventure. A certain excellent adventure that might be named after is also about time travel. At some point in the past, there was a cone, much like the one we see today. There were always cones. Biggs, over here! You're not going to believe this! Eh? What's Mide doing down there with all the— Hold on, they're performing the summoning ritual. Bugger me, we really are in the past. What in the seven hells? Someone's taking control of the Colossus. Hold tight, I think it's about to go berserk. Damn it! Damn it all, this isn't right! We must abort the summoning! Quickly, Mide, the seal! Diane, no! Gotta write all that down. Gotta look at the cat. What is Metal Making Kitten doing? History has been changed. Oh shit! That book is the same one that the Illuminati guy's reading, right? And now the Illuminati won't be able to know the future because the book got owned. Or the book was getting owned so the Illuminati could get it later. One or the other is true. Ow. Funny cat. Oh, and the cat is the same, is actually the same cat twice because of time travel, probably. Maybe. I forgot about a lot of this stuff. So it's like I'm remembering or learning revelations in real time, almost. Hey Mayday, how did you like seeing all of your friends get killed again? Probably didn't, I'm guessing. Twould seem we are back in our own time. Past is made right and we return to now times. Treasure hunters' friends die, as it is writ as it must be. Uplanders serve quick things well today. Uplanders are not grasping meaning. Quick Thinks breaks into bitty pieces, fit in Uplanders' tiny brain cases. Time is flat round shape. Okay. Time is flat round shape. All things Uplanders and Gobbies did, are doing, and will do. Doings happen over and over and over again for all times. So when Mide and her friends attempted to summon Alexander 3 years ago, what they actually saw was us traveling back in time? But that's madness! Time is an endless circle? My failure, my pain, my suffering, it was all doomed to unfold like this from the very beginning? Let us away, quickly! Mide must hurry! No, nothing remains for me out there. My future, my past, my reason for being, it all ended before it ever began. Mide! Mide! Well... Chaos is somewhere. Oh hey. You can go up here, and also there's a vista. I did it! I saw stuff. Good to see you safe, Sucro. Whatever happened inside the control room anyway? As for us, on second thought, let's save that for another day. I got confused because of the cats. Because I thought they were other cats. Uplander has seen Round Rocks? Backrix hopes she is safe. As for Backrix, Backrix is not liking high places much anymore. Fair. Chief, you're Stola and Round Rocks. Gods, I've never been so bloody glad to see you. Thought we'd never make it back in one... Wait, where's Mide? Mide stays behind in Giant of Whirlycogs, all because of Round Rocks. Round Rocks must go back to Giant of Whirlycogs, save Mide. Leave that to us, child. Wedge, get Jessie on that link pearl and tell her to bring the Excelsior around. I forgot there was a Jessie. Though I don't care much for the answer, we finally know the truth behind the events of that day 3 years past. The Illuminati masterminded the massacre, and through some ungodly trick of time, 'twas us that brought them there to do the deed. And what about Mide? The only thing keeping her going was the hope that her beau's soul lived on in the machine. But seeing what happened to the poor bastard... Aye, we witnessed the truth with our own eyes. Sucked into the core of the Colossus to sate the primal's appetite. If aught remains of him, it's no more than heat and light. Time for a quest complete jingle. As is appropriate for the mood. Maybe. Probably not. Not really. Round Rocks is resting back at shortstop. Muchly worries for her friend Mide. but is safe. Backrix is happy to be on flat ground again. Then Uplanders tell Backrix he must go back into Giant of Whirlycogs for next mission. Oh, what must poor Gobby do to get some rest? Jessie had the nerve to give me a big dressing down for not saying please. Said I was getting too big for my britches. Does she have any idea what we've been through? Honestly. Music. Quick Think says the future's already been writ, eh? That we're fighting a losing battle? Well, we've got our thing or two to say about that, don't we, Sucro? Ronrox is safe with us, which means the Illuminati won't be turning back time on us anymore. And that's not all. Thanks to your efforts, we've got ourselves a straight path to the third and final core. Aye, the very heart of the Colossus. Put it out of action and the whole thing will grind to a halt. Let's go, Sucro. We'll show the Illuminati that the future's yet to be decided, and save Mide while we're at it. The heart of the Creator is now accessible. Karma just posted something in the chat that is very funny to me that will make sense in a moment. Yeah, I did actually pick up the first set of Savage Alexander raids earlier. Don't expect me to be doing Savage raids because I don't have any confidence in myself. Maybe in the far future when I've been able to like play the game a lot and try and master something. Gonna be another rough one. We'll see about that. Who wants more good music? Also, is anyone a fan of the obscure Square Enix property Cruise Chaser Blasty or whatever? Because this is actually a reference to an obscure Square Enix property. This is Cruise Chaser. It's a transforming robot ship. Forward and back, and then go forward and back, and then go forward and back, and go 1 foot forward. Karma described this to me the other day as Alexander parallel parking, like the lyrics to the song. The forward and back, and then 1 foot forward. Forward and back, and then forward and back, and then go forward and back, and 1 foot forward. Get used to them. Gender, huh? seems like a good gender. Oh. That was an AoE marker, I guess. I thought it was the entire arena changing color. Oh god, that marker. Right. Surprise! Active time maneuver. I think someone died. Yeah, that's the first active time maneuver present in the game. Oh, right. You gotta go to the front of the plasma shield to break it. Blasty charge. Song's a little bit of a meme. I still like it, personally. Hooray! Nod. Yeah, we skipped something, for sure. I'm guessing that stats are just simply high enough to do that now. No commendations. Fair enough. A crystal. Outstanding, Sucro. Another Illuminati creation reduced to scrap metal. I'll wager the mere sight of you is enough to send the Gabi Scarian back to the drawing board. There it is, the heart of the beast. Only now that I see it up close do I comprehend the true scale of the thing. To have reached this size in so short a space of time, the core must be taking the ether at a positively ungodly rate. I'd be willing to wager that it can regrow itself faster than we could ever hope to chip away at it. Which means we'll need to change tack. The central control room houses everything required to operate the Colossus. It's not inconceivable that it might offer us a way to regulate or even shut off the flow of the ether to the core. Of course, any attempt to control Alexander is doomed without fail without the guidance of the Enigma Codex. Or doomed to fail without the guidance of, probably. And there's only one person alive who can access its secrets. But Chief, do we really need to drag the poor girl back there? What if she falls into Illuminati hands again? Uplanders waste their tongue flaps. Quick Thinks has seen future, true future. And it ends badly for Uplanders. Very, very badly. I shoot you with my 4 guns. Uplanders think they just lazy walk into central control? Quick Thinks thinks not. All passages are sealed, all floaty boards disabled. Only way left open is here, through core chamber. And when Uplanders come next, it will be Uplanders' end times. Quick Thinks has seen it. Or... Bad Shinoa, stupid creature! Something something. Oi, Wedge, is it just me or are you getting the feeling we've seen this all happen before? Text box that goes away extremely instantly. Because of a cat. It is Watcher Book of Backrix! And look, writings end where Backrix leaves off when Shinoa sends Watcher Book spinny falling from Backrix's fingers. What the? You mean to say the book Quick Thinks has been reading from all this time is your journal? The same journal that slipped from your hands when we traveled back in time? I was correct. So that's how he was able to anticipate our every move. He's no prophet, just a gobby with delusions of grandeur and a diary from the future. Nod. So the glorious bleeding future he was always going on about, the one that he was writ, was nothing but Backrix's record of stuff we'd already seen. Bugger me, I've just had a thought. Oi, Cat, are you Schrodinger from the shortstop, or are you Quick Thinks' familiar Shinoa? Twice for yay, was it, Chief? That's not a yay or nay question. I bleeding knew it, she's both! After Schrodinger went tumbling down from the Colossus, and don't ask me how she survived the drop, cats land on their feet. Quick Thinks found her, took her in, and gave her a new name. It's like they're 2 cats, but also one at the same time. Setting aside the moment for the question of whether or not that even makes sense, what possessed the confounded cat, whatever you want to call her, to do all this in the first place? I swear all she's done is made a right old mess of everything. Now, Wedge, taking out our frustrations on a mewling kitten won't get us any closer to dismantling the core. Getting back to the crux of the matter. Cat frolic, cat frolic, cat frolic. Backrix, you said the journal ends right where you left off, yes? That's nothing but blank pages from that point on? Nod. You hear that, everyone? Though Quick Thinks would have us believe otherwise, the future from here onward, that is still to be written. And I'll be damned if we won't be the ones to write it. Nod. Various joyous emotion. Oh no. Oh, we're just leaving the cat here? We could take that cat. Oh god. Oh no, that's terrible. Jeez, don't do that. Do not throw a cat out a window, please. Oh no. That's awful. Jeez. Future book is gone, but no matter. All knowings of True Times are safe up here in Quickthinks' brain case. Quickthinks' chosen one, mender of history. Truth is unchanging. True Times chose Quickthinks to do their bidding. True Times sent Shanoa to past, deliver to Quickthinks knowings of future. True Times live inside, guiding all of Quickthinks' doings. Every tongue flap, every busy deal, every brain spark of Quickthinks brings world closer and closer to perfection. Guides Illuminati to rightful place as rulers of New World Order. True Times will not be unmade by ignorant uplanders. Quickthinks needs no future book, no gobby girl. Quickthinks needs nothing and no one but own self. Future has been chosen and future chooses Quickthinks. Yes, even now, power granted by True Times wells from Quickthinks' fingertips. Power beyond understanding of Uplanders' feeble brain cases. Alexander, Overwatcher of True Times, deliver divine judgment on ignorant Uplanders and crush them out of existence for all times. I guess the secret, since Alexander is a primal, is probably that anyone who wants to read the Codex enough could read it. Also, maybe. And or if Quickthinks is chosen by the primal, then like, you know, it just be that way. Anyway, not to keep doing this repeatedly, but I need to be right back again. Think about Cone. I pretty much have to make this Doritos cone the YouTube thumbnail of this, right? Anyway, hello. It is now time for me to swap to DPS. Also, Honestly, probably expect me to be playing the game as yet another different class next time. Because the main thing I'm learning from this is that I'm actually not sure how I think about, or how much I like Sage compared to White Mage, etc. Once again, I'm at a point where I don't know what I want to play as. A frequent conundrum that I have with this game for whatever reason. But for right now, we're going to be Dancer, because that's the class that I am comfortable with. Or a class that I am comfortable with. So why not? And also, I will need to be DPS for something. So the only reason QuickThinks was able to predict the future was because he stumbled onto Backrix's Watcher book 3 years ago. That's not nearly as impressive as being some kind of chosen one, to say the least. All those uncanny predictions and impeccably timed actions, it was all just a sham. But without his precious book to guide him, it looks like the game is finally up. Anyone else to speak to? No? Okay. Let me see if I've got this right. 3 years ago, the QuickThinks of back then found the journal that the Backrix have now dropped, which was only possible because we traveled into the past, what with time being a circle and all that. So he had to look inside, and not knowing the truth of the matter, got it into his head that he was some sort of prophet chosen to set history straight, and that Shanoa, who miraculously delivered the book to him, was a messenger from the future sent to show him the way. That's all well and good, but the question remains, why did the bloody cat start all this in the first place? What could she possibly stand to gain from setting in motion this ridiculously convoluted series of events? Another answer found, another question raised, eh, Sucro? Also, we get an orchestrion roll for forward and back, and then forward and back, and then forward and back, and then 1 foot forward. Also, I got a Brute Justice card, I guess. Neat. Also, I have Alphino's Chandelier in my inventory, don't worry about it. One of my retainers just gave me a Leveilleur Estate Chandelier. It says that it's not actually one, but I don't know if I believe that. Also, I forgot to open this venture coffer, which is general purpose dark blue dye. Cool, okay. Yeah. Judgment Day. Alright, Sucro, this is it. We still don't know exactly how we're gonna disable the core, but we do know that our only chance is to get back to that central control room. We also know that there's only one way in, and that QuickThinks isn't gonna let us through without a fight. Now, we can be pretty sure he can't see the future, not anymore at least, and without Roundrocks to read the codex for him, he won't be turning back time on us either. But he's still a power-mad maniac with some of the deadliest machina in the realm at his disposal, and after losing that book of his, I'd wager his trigger fingers feeling pretty bleedin' itchy. Aye, we'd best be ready for a battle and a half. Muscle against metal, man against machine. Gods, I don't know whether to laugh or cry or soil myself. May I pull 3? Ah, here comes the chief now. It's time to move out. Biggs, don't soil yourself, please. Wedge already did that once. We don't need to make it a habit of Garland Ironworks to do this. Anyway. Tick-tock, tick-tock, time moves on, imperfect past giving way to perfect future. Worthy or unworthy of place in New World Order, Alexander will judge. Nod. Yeah. Yes, it all is as QuickThinks foresees. Truth hammer of Alexander falls on Uplanders. Ignorant and unworthy are not welcome in Illuminati future. Here Uplanders meet their end times. I like how Sucro just keeps glaring defiantly because time has stopped. Surprise, actually. What? Freeze time field is deactivated? No matter, Uplanders will be reduced to smolder dust. Fire! Dodge! Orb. 7 hells, now that was a bit too close for comfort. Is everyone alright? Sucro doesn't look alright. A Colossus inside the Colossus? Look, I don't know what that thing was, but I'm pretty damn sure I know where it went, or more accurately, when. If I'm not mistaken, what we're looking at is a localized distortion of time. Okay, that's also true. She didn't land on her feet. The only question is when our metal friend will reappear. Better not to wait, lest it catch us unawares. Sucro, I need you to head into the distortion and dismantle that thing. We'll secure a path to central control while you do. Good luck. Yeah. That's also a thing that happens. In the coil, you also fight Bahamut. Or a manifestation of Bahamut from the heart of Bahamut. Anyway, Orb. The soul of the creator is now accessible. To be fair, I think you can probably assume that an orb left behind by a time laser robot is probably maybe a time distortion type of related object. Maybe. Anyway, here we are at Orb. I'm quite certain we just witnessed the manipulation of time, but by whom? With Round Rocks gone and the Enigma Codex rendered useless, it can't very well be the Illuminati. Could Alexander have a will of its own? At any rate, we stand ilms from the core, the very heart of a primal. Whatever the true nature of the entity that awaits you in there, you can be sure it'll be like no foe you've faced before. Godspeed, Sucro. Talk about a narrow escape! If I'd been standing so much as a yalm to the left, I'd be a pair of smoking boots by now. Anyway, we'd better get on with securing the area so that Y'shtola can bring up the rear with Round Rocks. We didn't want to drag the poor child back here, but she's the only one who can access the controls. So that swirling void is some kind of ripple in time. Can't say I like the sound of that. You take care in there, Sucro. Orb. If you stand in the orb here, it's like the orb has little feet. If an orb wore shoes, would it wear them like this? Yes, yes it would. No, Wedge, I'm not talking to you. Stop it. Okay. The soul of the creator. The final battle of Alexander is at hand. Let's kill. Xena chakrams? Does Xena have chakrams made out of energy? I mean, I guess I wouldn't be too surprised if that were true. Oops, I'm still in healer mode and I just used my cure and my shield. Right. Triangles. I'm gonna guess move away. Yeah, that makes sense to do. I'm sorry. I remembered in time eventually. This is Dancer. That's the class that I am. The job. Dancer uses chakrams in this game. Perhaps not a typical feature of dancers in Final Fantasy, but that's how they adapted it to this. I think it's very neat. Dancer is probably one of my favorite classes in the game. Yeah, stuff do die faster now. It's true. Also, the attack that these do is called Almost Holy, which is pretty good. Hello, Alexander. How are you? Time for Rise. Executing Judgment Protocol in 10 seconds. 5 seconds to Divine Judgment. Do you have to use the tank limit rate for this? I think you do. Yeah. This is the song that is the most impossible to discern the lyrics to in the game. You who would inherit the future, you have proven yourselves worthy. Actually, none of us are the tank right now, so that was the random people's choice to let the party live. Oh, wait. Also, this is really cool. I needed to move the AoE away from that problem. And not stack with the stack. That mechanic is the, hey, you know the stack marker? You know how everyone's supposed to go to the stack marker? Not you, LOL. Judgment has been rendered. The verdict of history is... Get fucked, lol, lamao, lamao. Eat shit. Mega Holy. Mars Elric over here really do be trying to survive, but not even a warrior can survive all of these types of shenanigans. Anyway. Thankfully, time is a flat circle, so... Ooh, everything's fine. Actually. Alright, so for this time when I get marked, do not go into the funny AoE stack marker, please. If I get marked. Oh, we're standing on the time circle. That makes sense. I almost just ran into danger again. It does look like this group of ads does do a substantial amount of damage to the tank still, for what it's worth. Even if things seem to die rather quickly. They are not without danger. Shouldn't be using my AoE when there's only 2 targets. So hey, while we're here, and while I was talking about how uncertain I am about what class to, or what job to be using in the future, because I'm not actually certain if I like Sage more than White Mage or whatever, does anyone have any strong opinions about what classes, or jobs rather, I keep saying classes but they're jobs, that I should, like, stream as? I think I've asked this before, and the answer has always been whatever you want. But, monk, huh? I don't think that would go well. Unfortunately, Summoner cannot use Alexander. Summoner only uses Garuda, Titan, and Bahamut. Oh, I have the funny mark. Step away, me. Step away. When I was looking for something on Twitter earlier, I found really old screenshots of my old character in silly poses from Alexander's time stop before G-pose was a thing. I think. Okay, that's also true. If you wanted to choose a class, you'd play it yourself. Fair. I had the funny mark again. Sucro's looking away. My faithful, to the past with you to free these ones from the prison of time. Okay. Now this is the thing that DPS do. They go in these orbs. And they have to, hey look, ignorant and unworthy are not welcome in Illuminati future. Here uplanders meet their end times. You save yourself from Alexander through time bullshit. It's the coolest shit. That rules so much. I'm glad I switched to DPS to see that. Alexander is still one of like the cooler fights in the game that I know of so far. I'm willing to accept that there might be really cool shit I haven't seen yet, but Alexander still rules. Even though this song is completely impossible to understand. Commencing space-time interference, a fortress that is mine own body, heed my call. Also, Alexander can use time bullshit to exist twice. Finally. I guess. You know. As you do. Ah, I have the funny mark. Did Alexander almost freeze me in a dab? I think so. Anyway. Okay, that actually, I thought that was gonna go worse than it did. I was about to limit break if you didn't. The dab sound effect is broken. But imagine it. Sins of the Creator. 1. Anyway, yeah, Alexander's cool as shit. Joy! I'll figure out why the dab sound is broken later. Alexander complete. Oh, a minion. That I won immediately? What, huh? What did I roll? Hang on. Hey. What did I... I'm scrolling up to see what I rolled. I rolled 99 need on the toy Alexander. Incredible! No commendations, I'm only a dancer. Ta-da! Sucrose here. Funny robot. Oh, for sure. I keep doing that. You do not disappoint, old friend. The path to the control room is clear. Everyone follow me. The flow of ether to the core must be stopped. Pray lend us your strength one more time, child. Nod. Don't, though? I probably will. By accident, somehow. Even though I'm not currently in Palace, the ether level is gonna go up. Hey, stop looking at your cone, shitlord. I'm here to kill you. I don't know if Sucro would call someone a shitlord. When Quick Things winds back time, doings of Uplanders will be undone. History will be rewritten and Illuminati will rule over a new world order. Ah, if you think you can take ground rocks from us, you're welcome to try. Foolish Uplanders, knowings of the Enigma Codex are not known to just one. That's also possible. She might not. What nut? The damn thing's responding to him! Uplanders are slow-seeing. Quick Things never needed Gobby Girl from beginning! When the final core is activated and Alexander fully awakens, its power will be such that it could entirely consume any who sought to control it. You were too craven to risk your own life until you had no choice. Just shoot them. Treasure Hunter? But Treasure Hunter is too slow coming. Future has chosen. You poor deluded fool. You never did work it out, did you? The future doesn't choose us, we choose the future. Destroyed! Now, child! Yeah, she did just try to shoot him before, and now she actually just has shoot him. Clearly, Sucro will be inspired by this and play as a machinist for the rest of the game. Sucro sees this and is like, ah, gun, yes. The Merle method, yeah. Machinist Sucro is really funny. I'm gonna go to PvP after this and show you why Machinist Sucro is really funny, actually. So the knowledge in the Enigma Codex allowed you to disable the core. Power stores are depleting rapidly. Without a steady supply of ether, it's only a matter of time before the whole thing grinds to a halt and fades away. Nod. Roundrox is glad to see Treasure Hunter safe, but how is Treasure Hunter sneaky hiding from Illuminati? I don't know. There was a great shaking and I was thrown from my feet into some dark, cramped place. I must have lost consciousness because I don't remember anything until a few moments ago. Shrugging. Sounds to me like you had a nice nap in a rubbish chute. But what matters is that you're safe. And with that, I think we can declare this operation a success. Nod. I think we should shoot the cone, just to make sure. It's cone! Anyway, what do you think, Shinoa? Meow. Maybe I should change the redeem to make me say a woo to an emu to make me make a cat sound. Now, I'm pretty sure that the thumbnail for the VOD has to be the cone with the Doritos plastered on it. I guess I can do that with this. Look, the Doritos are important. Perfect cat noises, huh? Look, we can improve on this. Oh, that actually removes the goblin corpses and preserves the cone. Squid ink flavored Doritos. G-Pose is unreasonably fun to mess with, by the way. Ah, except for when that happens and kills your eyes. Depth of field doesn't seem to do much to the cone. I'll just put the Doritos onto the cone later, in this picture. No, G pose. Group pose. Though I can make Sucro T pose, I think. I think there's a way. Somehow. Maybe not. I thought one of the dancer animations, maybe. An inverted mustache on the cone, eh? This is pretty close to a T-pose. I have no idea what that YouTube link is. Oh, is it cube? Good. The chief says the advanced calculating device inside the Colossus, Alexander's brain if you will, still running on auxiliary power. See that device glowing red over there? There are ones just like it installed all over the place. Level red? In that sense, I suppose it's like the entire Colossus is like one giant brain. If Alexander put its full mind to something, why I bet it can conceive of things beyond our mortal comprehension. Poor Mide, eh? The last truly believed her beloved was alive somewhere inside that steel beast. Can't imagine how she's feeling now. Probably not great. Roundrox is so happy that Mide is safe. Roundrox has so many treasures to show Mide back at Shortstop. I truly remember nothing. It was as if I was floating in a vast dark emptiness. And yet I was not afraid, for it was as if a great presence surrounding me in every direction was watching over me, its eyes gentle. Alexander can have so many ideas. I feel the presence of the horn beneath us. It and the core have become as one, forming an instrument of unbridled destruction. If we do not stop the core now, it will soon grow beyond the ability of anyone to contain. It is little wonder our foe was loath to reach out to it with his own hand. Ah, fuck, not Anodyne 3. I should make a donation incentive. If you give me $100,000, I will stream Anodyne 2 blind. People like donations incentives for things that the streamer doesn't want, right? That's a thing. Also, don't give me $100,000, please. Also, if anyone likes Anodyne, I apologize. I just do not like Anodyne. So I'm assuming Anodyne 2 is going to also be something that will make me annoyed in some way. It's probably better. I don't know why I turned into a motorcycle there. I thought it would be fun. Quick Things had a few tricks up his sleeve right into the end, eh? With Roundrox, we saw the Codex grant its knowledge to a child with a pure, innocent belief in its ideals. Seeing Quick Things do the same, it would seem the crazed obsession is a suitable substitute. Not that it availed him much in the end. Yeah, I don't think that's the streamer/chat relationship that I have. I don't think there's an adversarial relationship there. I think people would probably donate money to make me not play Anodyne 2 if that was somehow an option instead. Like if there was a donation incentive that was like you could vote on yes or no, and you also had to give money in this theoretical situation that was really weird. You don't have to give me money. Y'all are silly. Aw, thanks. Okay, this is a terrible idea, but they didn't let you sit in the terrible chair. I guess I'm supposed to leave. Wow, I'm being praised in my own chat room. Wow. Anyway. It would seem our work here is done. Let us take our leave. Nod. Cat. What's up, cat? Uh-oh. What? What? Damn it all, didn't we kill that bastard? Negative. Quick Thinks better built own body, made stronger than ordinary gobby. Quick Thinks is not unmade by simple flesh wound. Better built? Seven hells, that's not a mask, it's his face! He's more machina than goblin. Well, just shoot him again. They really liked this animation of the codex, and they wanted to use it more. Hey, quick things, if you were so good at thinking, you would wait until everyone already left to do this. Oh, Alexander, Lord of Steel and Worldly Cogs, outspread wings of time, let ignorant and unworthy feel divine judgment. I wish I had the power of replacing all of my body with a robot. Pine-Saw? Mayday. Use your gun, too. Use the sequel of Gun. The Codex responds. He means to return to the past. Access denied? What means this? The red glow. Alexander is refusing to obey his commands? Because Alexander judged us correct and not Quick Things, I think. Alexander, junk brain machine, Quick Things is chosen one. Tongue flaps of Quick Things must be obeyed. Cone destroyed. Well, it would seem Alexander's achieved what a simple flesh wound could not. Quick Thinks' permanent deactivation. Quite how and why is less clear. If I didn't know better, I'd say the machine had a mind of its own. Cat. Diane? My love, could it truly be you? You were in there all this time, weren't you? Watching over me, keeping me safe. Blue means yes. Actually, it's blinking twice like the cat was. Yeah, oh, they just brought that up immediately. Did it just blink twice? Bugger me, the machine's actually talking to her. So his soul really was in the primal all this time? Chief, is that even possible? The core. Without the Codex to bridle its power, it rages out of control. It drinks in ether like no primal I've ever known. We must stop it now, lest Eorzea be bled dry. Finally, I see. This is why you summoned me to this place, isn't it, my love? Yes. Nod. I thank you for guiding me here, Sukro, and Brown Rocks. Know that I shall always treasure the time we shared. Farewell, my friends. Mayday, no! Mayday must not go! My friends, leave this place. Leave now. Fear not, Alexander will trouble you no longer. Yeah. Me as well. right now included. Or like right now, I mean, not included. I don't know if I teared up the first time I did this because I didn't know what emotion was yet as much then. So, you know. Hey, what's up? My love, what is this place? How best to put it, we stand inside a mathematical simulation, calculated and projected by the device at the heart of the Colossus. One might equally say it's the dream that Alexander dreams. And what of our companions? Are they... Their fate was not mine to change, Mide. All that came to pass did so for a reason. History as it was, as it should be, free of the paradoxes that spelled its undoing. From this place, unfettered by the mortal construct of time, Alexander looks out upon past, present, and future, seeing infinite possibilities. I see what it sees and feel what it feels. This perfect machine born from yearnings for an ideal world. Oh, if you could see the worlds we have seen, a world in which the Illuminati rule history with an iron fist, every nation brought under their yoke, a world in which Alexander spread wide the wings of time and swept the lesser moon from the heavens, averting the calamity. Alexander dreamed all the realities imaginable, all the realities mathematically computable, and in the end reached a single logical conclusion. It would change nothing and erase itself from existence. But why? Alexander possesses the power to travel through time and space and reshape history for the better. But such power comes at great cost. The sheer quantity of ether consumed in the process means that Alexander itself would, mayhap not immediately but inevitably, bring ruin to this world. This perfect machine, this supreme manifestation of logic and science, deemed its own existence a threat. And so it chose to do nothing, to leave history untouched, and the future in the hands of man, with all his imperfections. Such was Alexander's divine judgment. A time will come when the fate of this world is placed in the hands of one warrior. For reasons hidden to me, the future from that day forth remains shrouded in mystery, beyond even the Colossus's ability to calculate. And yet Alexander chose to believe in that woman and the light within her. I feel like I need a screenshot of this here, as well. This is Sucro. She's a cat. Did you know? I met that woman, my love. I believe in her too. There was but a single time Alexander was spurred to action. Also, this cutscene would be extremely funny if your glamour was like a joke glamour, and you had like a giant Moogle face or something. Just thinking about it. The summoning of the Colossus and there was but a single time Alexander was spurred to action, not to change history but to preserve it. The summoning of the Colossus and the events that followed had potentially disastrous consequence for our reality. Its fabric strained to accommodate an infinite number of potential futures, separated by nary a thread. Were the wings of time to fall into the hands of the Illuminati, the repercussions would be dire indeed. History would be rewritten over and over again, each time bleeding the land of ether. And in the end, the Colossus would usher in another calamity. To prevent this tragedy, to preserve the circle of time as it had already been set in motion, Alexander sent forth a humble servant to do its bidding. A funny cat. A clockwork curl, an eternal child to gently nudge history back onto its proper path. The cat is also a robot! Surprise! The cat is a robot with the power of gods! And now but one task remains. I will toot the horn. Having become one with the horn, the core is well nigh indestructible. It would only regrow itself until it bled the world dry. And so we must heed Alexander's wish and seal it away, far from the reach of man. A closed pocket of space-time, a fraction of an instant that will repeat in perpetuity for all eternity. That is where the core must go, and us with it. Don't you see, my love? We're already there. And coming here, to you, I've closed the circle of time. I'm all but certain of it. When I accepted the horn all those years ago, the man who gave it to me said that it had the power to grant any wish. And so as I took it in hand, I prayed and prayed with every ounce of my will for the one true desire in my heart. To be with you forever. Aww. Now would be an appropriate time to share a meme I made in the year 2016. Good segue. So, luckily I had tweeted this back then, so I was able to find it because I did not delete all my Twitter. Behold, 2016 Robin joke. I still think this is pretty good. It's pretty good. Making myself laugh. 7 years later. I had to count in my head how many years later it was. So, yep. Cat ending. Perfect. Anyway. Never did I think I would be streaming this game. All those years ago. Look at this, Sucro. It's as if everything inside the barrier is frozen in time. I'll have to ask the chief what he makes of this. I think you can't fly through the barrier, but I want to poke it with my motorcycle. Yep. I just wanted to try. For fun. Anyway, things are not quite resolved yet. But like, they're mostly resolved. You gotta talk to them. The Alexander questline still really good, it turns out. Roundrox is back in Ilshire with the chief. Everyone's safe and sound, except for Mide, that is. Poor lass always had a flair for the dramatic, but to think she'd throw herself into the core. It's odd, though. Could have sworn I heard her voice in there, saying the Colossus would trouble us no more or something of the sort. And for what it's worth, it has been sleeping like a baby ever since we got out. That's not the half of it. Take a closer look inside the barrier, Sucro. It's like time is standing still. Buggered if I know what it all means, but I'd like to believe Mide and her love somehow sealed away the core for us. Softens the blow a bit, you know? Now you can listen to a cool rap song. The leader of the band 4. Cool. Nice timing. Do I get prize for this? 70 unique orchestrion rolls, no prizes. Neat. Sucro, a leader of a band? That could never happen. Never. Whoops. Okay, actually, Final Fantasy XIV Rise lyrics. Rise song, Final Fantasy Wiki. Sonic boom rings loud from the engines. Ironclad murder gonna eliminate the distance. Ain't no landers gonna take us, no. Cold dust in the flustered is super question mark tages. These are the official lyrics and they don't know? What? There's literally question marks in the official lyrics. Slow down, stop, take no hits, accelerating past us, blast fits, fit to transmit, son. Son to the father, to the maker's own way. There's a method to the metal and the metal highway, yo. Keeping up the pace, what? Keeping with the quickness, keep the light and bottled, throttle to the finish. Repeat, repeat. Repeat that part. No, I'm reading the official lyrics and they have question marks in them, Maya. Like, literally. I'm not kidding, that's actually in there. It's something. Moving, soothing, got nothing to proving, pushing all your buttons with a button pushing blue hand. Blue blazes, blue faces, blue blood, blue truth gonna see you black and blue, right? Keeping up the pace, what? Cruising with the quickness, keep the latent bottle, throttle to the finish. Repeat that 2 more times. 30,000 goblins gonna solve the goblins' problems, because the problems of the goblins gonna go and rot until they solve them, yeah? The 30,000 goblins are gonna solve the goblins' problems with this splooting, smashing, bashing, whacking, cracking, smacking kind of chaos. A to the L to the E X ander. Gobby's gonna rise up, boom like thunder. Rise up and raise the iron roof off. Now rise up and ride to the bomb drops. Now rise up, the time is right to sound off. So rise with me, rise with me, rise with me, rise up. Rise with me, rise with me, rise with me, rise up. Rise with me, rise with me, rise with me, rise with me. Step back, the blue's about to pull you under. Those are the lyrics to Rise. Apparently. Okay, I've also found a separate Reddit thread that says lyrics of Rise absolutely ridiculous, straight from the lyrics book of the new CD. And it posted the same set of lyrics, including the question marks. The question marks are in the official lyrics. The question marks do not know what part of the rap is. The official lyrics are something. Rise up and reach to the iron meatball. Well, the iron meatball is a description of the Gordian and Maiden knots, probably. Yeah, every single instance I can find of the Rise lyrics says cold dust in the flustered is super question mark tages. I mean, I've also seen a video, but I don't think videos that say official lyrics have gotten them all correct from what I looked at. Anyway. What does the video say, if you don't mind just transcribing that single line? Of endings and beginnings. Oh yeah, you get all of the music right now, including Brute Justice, which is important. Don't worry about it. You don't need to, like, check that immediately. Or anything. I'm still not sure how we managed it, but I'm just happy to be out of that god's forsaken place in one piece. Of course, it's a damn shame what happened to Me-Day. Phone call? Hold on a moment. Sucro, she's what? Aye, Chief, leave it to us. Holy hell, Sucro, Roundrox has gone missing. I've been worried sick about the poor lass ever since we got back. I mean, how would you feel if you saw your best friend throw herself into a running engine? I'll wager she's run off somewhere the two of them used to frequent together. Wedge and I'll have a look around here. Why don't you search the collector's quarter? Come on, let's find her before she gets herself into any more trouble. I think she's at the Broken Bridge, if I remember this correctly. What do you think? Robot Godcat? Every Black Corel minion is a fragment of the robot Godcat, and they can be reassembled into the ultimate Godcat Primal. So we should probably resummon Anima to, just in case of danger. Brute Nyastis. I want to see a bunch of cats assemble into a giant cat and then destroy everyone with like a enrage timer. Yep. Oh, it is Uplander. Why does Uplander come to this place? Roundrox is sorry for worrying Uplanders. Roundrox just wants to go quiet place and do some back thinking. Go to quiet place. Nyanfaloon. Perfect. Incredible. Outstanding. Brute Nyastas and Nyanfaloon. Both of them, somehow. At the same time. Running out of Giant of Whirlycogs, Roundrox feels something rattling in pocket. So Roundrox reaches in and cannot believe what she finds. Rattling thing is glowstone. Roundrox's favorite is treasure. Okay, so the official lyrics that the lyrics video that you are quoting there skips the question marks portion because it's supercalifragilistic question mark question mark question mark question mark tages in the official lyrics transcript that I found everywhere. So they just skip that part and just say supercalifragilistic. That seems fair. That seems like a reasonable thing to do when transcribing lyrics for a video. Because I think a lot of the lyrics videos are intended as like a you can sing along if you want sort of thing. And if you put a bunch of question marks in a sing along, what does that mean? Sing-alongs are not like solve this question while you're singing. Sing-alongs are for singing the words. It's like if you were trying to sing a song and then you were told to solve a maze in the middle of it. And then Lex Luthor won, somehow. Pronounced like Solid Snake being confused? Ah. But it is dark. Even with many tryings, glowstone does not glow for Roundrox, not anymore. There you are, child. We were worried sick about you. What's that, Sucro? Is Autumnus? It's the glowy rock, except not glowing anymore. The Codex no longer responds to her touch. Intriguing, if not entirely surprising. Were I to guess, I would hazard that it's because this experience has served to open her eyes. The Enigma Codex was born from one man's all-consuming pursuit of perfection. Its knowledge sealed off from any who harbored even a sliver of doubt as to the merits of the ideals it espoused. Quick thinks, Mide in her youth, Roundrox. Though their reasons might differ, arrogance, youthful idealism, childish innocence, none thought to question the words within, and so the Codex opened itself to them. But now Roundrox has seen with her own eyes what blind devotion to ideals can bring. And she is not the naive child she was before. Nod. Aye, it's all well and good to dream of building something perfect, but sooner or later you have to stop dreaming and start doing, hammering it together by your own hand with your own blood, sweat, and tears. In so doing, you're forced to confront your own failings and deal with your frustration at the world's unfortunate habit of falling below expectations. Else there may come a time when you just want to tear the whole bloody thing apart and start again. But more often than not, you emerge from it all with something you can hold on to and carry with you into the future. And that will do a damn sight more for you than any starry-eyed ideal. Roundrox understands. Roundrox will collect more and more junk, build city of great treasures with own hands. Sid likes this idea. Roundrox has just one wish. Not glowing glowstone is piece of Mide's dream. Roundrox would give back to Mide. A noble wish, child. Would that we could grant it. But I fear the steel giant and all that lies within that barrier is far beyond the reach of mortal hands. Frozen in a single moment until the end of time. That's a fate I'd not wish on anyone. Meow. Funny cat. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Well, look who it is. You have a real knack for turning up underfoot, don't you? I'm reminded of the apparent ease with which this little curl seemed to slip in and out of the Colossus. Were it not for the small matter of time having stopped in there, I'd send her in with Roundrox's glowstone without a moment's hesitation. Meow, meow. That means yes. 2 mews? Might that suggest a willingness to try? Meow, meow. Meow. No, that's the wrong noise. Give shiny rock to cat. Forfeit all possessions to cat. Giving a stone to a cat in hopes of delivering it to 2 souls trapped in time. Now I think we've seen everything. Do you think those 2 will ever be free of that place? Mayhap one day, when the perfect future they sought to bring about becomes a reality. In that sense, one might even say their fate is in our hands. Leap to Roundrox. Roundrox works hard, builds sparkly shining future for me day. Nod. As shall we, child, and with that, Sucro, we must take our leave. For all you've done to stave off yet another primal threat, you have our gratitude. I contacted Biggs and Wedge to let them know they can call off the search. Needless to say, they're relieved to hear that Roundrox is safe. There was also a matter they were looking to discuss with you. They said they'd be waiting for you back at the shortstop. I think it's funny that the Alexander questline refuses to end. If you will be returning to the shortstop, I would ask a small favor of you as well. Pray deliver this volume to Backrix and tell him I believe it is that which he seeks. Till next we meet, Sucro. Nod. It's like the Alexander questline is stalling for time. Eh? 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 Okay. To clarify, I don't mind that it's not over yet. Hey, look. Everyone is standing around. There's a chameleon. Thank you, too, for your help. Here we are, then, at the end of yet another harrowing journey. And still with all our important bits to boot. Wait, my favorite wrench! Oh dear, I hope it isn't lost in time and space somewhere. Thank goodness Roundrox is safe. With all the Illuminati stragglers running about, I feared the worst. The girl could at least have the courtesy to tell someone before she goes wandering off like that. Roundrox is sorry for making troubles. Roundrox will be good, Gobby. Play here with Bitty Bobs. Now Roundrox is safe at shortstop and Backrix is easy breathing. Uplanders have thinks of Backrix. Uplanders bring present for Backrix. Judging from the wear and tear of the parchment, this elegantly penned document entrusted to you by Y'shtola appears to be quite ancient. This is surely a legend book from Y'shtola. Backrix has waited for legend book for a long time. Backrix has been reading about many things, about Enigma Codex and blue-haired Uplander that writes it. Maybe these knowings will save Gobbyflock from Giant of Whirlycogs, thinks Backrix. Now Giant of Whirlycog sleeps and Gobbyflock is safe, but still Backrix would fill Braincase with knowings, fill pages of Watcher Book with data. Let Backrix see. Yes, it is just as Backrix... Are Backrix's eyes playing tricks on him? Oh, are you feeling alright there? You look like you've seen a ghost. Page tells fairy legend of Hotgo tribe, uplanders of blue hair. Many years ago in old times, 2 children, boy and girl, outstepped from belly of great steel giant. 2 children grow to man and woman, becoming father and mother of great people of Hotgo. Huh. Names of 2 are Dian and Mide. Look at handwriting, even faces are same looking. Surprised time wasn't done being shenanigans. Egads, if that's our Mide and Dian, why that means one day they'll be freed from their fate and reborn far in the past. So after searching for near an eternity, they finally found the perfect world they were searching for. Maybe just a fairy tale, but I, for one, would like to believe it. And fairy legend goes on. 2 children step out of steel giant holding small stone. Stone is dark when sitting on ground, but hold stone in hand in shiny lights. Glowstone of Round Rocks. Let me see if I have this straight. The codex fragment you gave to that curl a few moments ago now features in a legend from ages past. That can't be possible, can it? Cat wiggling. At this point, I'm about ready to believe it bleeding anything, but that reminds me. There was something I wanted to ask you, Sucro. Remember when we went into the core and almost got our arses fried by that colossus inside a colossus? I felt the strangest sensation then, feeling that chilled me to the bone, as if something terrible had happened that I couldn't for the life of me remember. I felt it too, so tell us, did you see anything when you were going in and out of time? Do you have any idea what happened to us while Quick Thinks was spinning the hands of the clock? I'm afraid I do, or I'm afraid I don't. I'm afraid I do. You're afraid you do? Well, that's not ominous in the least. On second thought, how about you don't tell us, thank you very much. You'll get no arguments from me. There are some secrets better left secret, and from the look on Sucro's face, I reckon this is one of them. Sucro was just smiling at you. I don't know, I guess Sucro's smiles are frightening or something. Anyway, it seemed this long and thoroughly mind-boggling battle of ours has finally come to an end. Of course, there's still plenty of work to be done, but now that Quick Thinks is out of the picture, I've got high hopes that Round Rocks and her friends will one day build their shining kingdom of rubbish and refuse. Speaking of work, we'd better get back to it before the chief catches us chattering. Always a pleasure, Sucro. Always a pleasure, Sucro. Till next time. Nod. Camera pan. Is it panning to the cat? Yes, it is. There's a cat. That was the end in the beginning, but not like the Fiend lyrics. Anyway, music, music, music. Why do I have a gear? Music. Oh right. I also have a wind-up Dullahan, apparently. Toy Alexander. Funny robots. I poke robot. So, that was the Alexander raids. And also, there's one thing I want to check real quick. There are race naming conventions, official ones, for every race in the game. So as to aid players with naming their character if they wish to be lore accurate. And the Zayla race naming conventions include a brief description of every Zayla tribe. Ah. Well, that's depressing. The description for Hotgo. A tribe recently massacred by the Dotharl. Well, rip and piss, I guess. Jeez. The only members surviving are those who left the tribe to travel on their own and were not present during the killing. Which I guess was probably me until a few seconds ago. The Hotgo were known for their vibrant face paints, which members would constantly change depending on their current mood. Perhaps they were inspired by the scar or something. I don't know. By the way, spoilers for future a little bit, because there's one particular Aura tribe that has always fascinated me, and they are slightly relevant. The Kestir. This tribe refuses to speak, believing that all words are lies and that a man's actions are the purest form of communication. Also, that's true, considering how Dotharl work. But the Kestir are probably like my favorite group of Aura. I've always thought if I were ever... I've always kind of wanted to have a character that was a Kestir. Considering that I communicate to people mostly through emotes in this game anyway. Like, I always welcome at the start of dungeons and then bow at the end of dungeons. It feels appropriate. I don't know. It's an interesting concept to think about communicating without words. Anyway. Shoutouts to Karma and Aya over here for their help in the Alexander raids and being cool people who I like that are my friends. They're currently standing motionless. Okay, they're a little less motionless now, but shoutouts to them. It's time to go to the PvP zone because I did say I would do that. I want to show you why it's funny when Sucro has guns. Also, I think I talked about PvP mechanics on stream a little bit. My machinist setup's a little bit odd. Apparently I have the Inspector Sucro outfit for this. But hey. So, I'm really hoping that the next ranged DPS they make might make use of this mechanic. When the Machinist and Bard, I think, in PvP are using their basic attack, they have a cast bar, but they also can move slowly. I think it would be legitimately fascinating. Okay, except for when they overheat, then they can do this. It would be legitimately fascinating to have this mechanic exist as a PvE class's core conceit. That is my belief. Also, Sucro with a gun, pretty funny. Just saying. Let's take a closer look. Here's Sucro with a shotgun. Tell me if you think this seems fitting for Sucro's character or what you perceive Sucro's character to be. Or if you think this is extremely funny to look at. I think it's pretty funny. Honestly. Just Sucro blowing shit up with a shotgun. She's mad. Sucro kill. Hey, why is that ring is wrong? I need to reapply my grammar plate because this ring was incorrect. Oh, I can't use that ring yet because it requires a higher level than the Machinist is. That's why. And if you thought that was funny, Sucro in Fortnite. Oh no. Consider Sucro with a fucking sniper rifle. Think about that. Consider Sucro fucking killing you, POV. And this is why I'm not so sure about Sucro actually being a machinist, because I think it's extremely silly. Also, like, way to have a disposable one-shot sniper rifle that you just then casually drop with no expression on your face at all. Well, I guess this is my sniper rifle now. Or it's no longer my sniper rifle. Well, bye. Farewell, sniper rifle. Well. Okay. But yeah, Sucro's canon classes are more like, well, as one of the Sucro facts TM says, I think Sucro's canon class is actually Mime, because she's unusually good at mimicking and picking up fighting styles. I.e., I constantly switch job classes and don't know what I want to do in the video game. But outside of that, out of the ones that are available, Scholar and Summoner seem most likely to make sense. But those are already at level cap, so I can't play as those. It's illegal. I'd never put Anima in my favorites. Where's Anima? There's Wind Up Archifant. There's Anima. Oh yeah, you're right. She like reloads and clears the chamber and then throws the sniper rifle away. By the way, in PvP, Scholar has a move called Mummification for some fucking reason. You know, as you do. Become zombified. Or something like that. So that's interesting. Hey, does anyone have any cool pro tips on how to figure out what class I actually want to play as? Because I know that everyone is just going to say play as whatever class or job you want to play as. But I don't know what that is. Does anyone know how to figure out the mysteries, the secrets? How do I know what I want to do? This is like a grand existential question that I need an answer to. Also, what playstyles do I usually go with in games in general? I also do not know that. Every time I think I know the answer to that question, my opinions change. Or like it's different for whatever other game I try next. I'm the sort of person who's stressed out over not being able to figure out what her favorite color is at points in time. So I struggle a lot with picking and choosing anything in some ways. Use chance. If I try to use chance, I just go, no, I don't want to do that one. And then I roll the dice again infinitely. So that also doesn't work. It's pretty funny, but it doesn't work. I do have every job in the game. I could just like rotate through all of the jobs and be like, and take a survey of how everyone feels about each of these. Assign a job to every Super Mario RPG character. Well, they wanted to give Mario a sword, but they weren't allowed to. Should I rotate through every job in PvP? Or PvE? I really do want to like... I really do want to like gather opinions and thoughts on this topic because that might be helpful to me. So, Scholar is not really a good idea because it's level 90, but Scholar is a healer. They do stuff like this. I'm not really explaining anything. They have a fairy. Fairy's neat. The fairy does stuff. You can make the fairy a super fairy that does more stuff. She's pretty neat, I guess. This is one of the jobs I have at max level. They can also summon the computer virus from Kirby Superstar to make things get crit easier for a while, as you do. Sage, which you have seen me use today. They have these 4 little options. They have the ability to create shields and stuff through various means. They shoot laser beams. They have an attack called Phlegma that everyone thinks is very funny because it's called Phlegma. White Mage. White Mage is also a healer. You've seen me play this one a fair bit recently. White Mages use the power of Earth and Stone and Holy. And later they use the powers of Holy and Holy and Holy. And that's it, because everything turns into light magic. They also, of course, cure. And they build up flowers over time, which can be spent. And so on. I do like healing often, but... Reaper! We've seen Sucro be Reaper some on stream too. Reaper is the edgelord to edge all edge. It's edge. It's very edgy. Look at all the edge happening. There's a lot of it. On one hand, since Sucro is allegedly has origins as a farmer, or someone who grew up on a farm, the scythe makes sense. And also the backstory of Reaper includes they were farmers. However, all of the extreme edginess doesn't really make any sense for Sucro. I don't think Sucro is the edgy sort of person. Reaper is pretty fun also. It is the melee DPS I will be getting to 90. Also, then you transform into like a super hell mode and you kill the shit out of everything. Bah! Murder, edge. Super hell mode removes your cat ears and tail, so it's actually a nerf. It's actually evil. Like, really? Dancer. You saw me use Dancer in Alexander. You dance. You throw chakram. The dancing is really fun. Dancer is a class that or a job. I keep saying class. They're jobs in this game. Dancer is the job that I mained on my old character once it was available. So it is the job I used to beat Shadowbringers, and then the patch after Shadowbringers, which is as far as into the game. I'm speaking real good. That is as far into the game as I have seen. Dancer is considered by some to be one of the easier DPS jobs to play. And of course that is similar, what is easy is different for everybody. But I will say that Dancer does click with me particularly. Pretty well. Problem with playing as any DPS job though is that Q times become 5 million years long instead of instant. Gunbreaker. This is a tank that is based on Final Fantasy VIII. I did manage to tank a little bit in Q the other day, so I might not be completely afraid of tanking for the rest of all time. I do really like the Dancer questline, but I probably won't ever show the rest of it on stream. The questline has some really good, like, stuff at the end of it, I would say. That is true. But I shouldn't always assume that everyone is going to be available or will want to play the video game. I am also still very curious as to everyone's opinions on what feels correct to watch Sucro doing. Gunbreaker is interesting. It is a tank job that feels like a DPS job, like in terms of the gameplay style of the combos and stuff. I am not, this is also Sucro with a gun, so I'm not sure about it. But then again, so is Sage, I guess. Gunbreaker storyline also pretty alright. Paladin. Game wants me to put on an aiming necklace and I refuse. We have seen Sucro as Paladin on stream as well. Paladin was recently changed a little bit. I have not even gotten to the part of Paladin that is different, except for Goring Blade here, which is now a big hit instead of anything else. For a while, I was convinced that Paladin was the canon job for Sucro, because one of their attacks is eventually dropping a giant sword, and that's X-Sword from Mario RPG in my brain. So I was like, that makes sense. I haven't been able to get back into Paladin yet. I've been trying other tanks instead. I think my time away from the game may have ended how much I was enjoying Paladin for whatever reason, but I don't know. Maybe it's fine. I'm not at the part of Paladin that is, like, mechanically super interesting yet. Warrior. Warrior is angry and kill smash with Axegar smash kill. Warriors are powered by their inner rage. I don't think Sucro is a particularly angry individual, but I do feel like an axe-wielding... They're also extremely, like, earth elemental themed, and I feel like axe-wielding and earth element both make sense for Sucro in a way. Like, I don't know, maybe she's a lumberjack or something instead. Warrior's alright. That's also true. It would be dangerous to drop XR on people if there were any action figures around. And also, like I mentioned earlier, if you have any of your Warrior Fury, you just have this aura around you forever. Even if you're like driving a motorcycle or whatever. You just have the Fury aura. Makes it easy to see where Sucro is on the screen, I guess. Pro tip, it's the center. Summoner. Summoner have Carbuncle. Carbuncle is extremely good creature, 10 out of 10. I don't have all of Summoner yet, even though I'm at max level, because I have to do other quests to unlock like major portions of Summoner's mechanics. But Summoner summons stuff, or like channels the power of stuff. Like this is Dreadworm Trance, shooting Bahamut lasers and whatnot as you do. And then you can like summon Titan. Look, it's Titan. You get big flashy effects with the new Summoner, which was changed in Endwalker from a weird DPS or DOT class, which is what it was before. You can summon Ifrit, who allows you to do a giant fire punch for some reason. Also, Ifrit has very slow cast times. Also, you said Carbuncle, and I actually did make an RPG where I named an enemy Carbuncle once. So that's something that happened. Yeah, Summoner is all about channeling Garuda, Titan, Ifrit, Bahamut, and then eventually Phoenix. Machinists, we have seen... That could be where you're remembering that from. There we go. Machinist, my hotbars need fixing, but Machinist shoots gun a lot. A lot. Many gun being shot. That's essentially what Machinists do. Eventually they have stuff from Final Fantasy VI, like the drill and auto crossbow and all that. They got Dismantle back, which is they throw a wrench at stuff. Blue Mage, not applicable, because you can't play in Blue Mage in regular content. Dark Knight. We have seen Sucro as a Dark Knight before as well. I did the Dark Knight quest lines. Dark Knight also has is very edgy sort of part to it that makes it difficult to imagine Sucro as actually being this character class job. I can say that I have previously played Machinist at level 80, so I do know the reassemble drill feel. On my old character, Machinist was one of the few jobs I had at then max level. Bard, oh, we've also seen. You shoot a lot of arrows as Bard. You also poison and venomous bite. And they don't tell you this, but for some reason, Iron Jaws and Sidewinder look like you're casting hexes instead of shooting arrows. So I guess Bards do that also. And you also rotate through music, which gives your party various benefits and whatnot. Bard is interesting. I don't feel as comfortable with it as I do the other two ranged physical DPS. Black Mage. Black Mage is a really interesting class mechanically. I cannot show most of it right now because I'm only level 38. Black Mages also change like their gameplay style frequently as they level, I understand. But really simple idea of Black Mage at its core is you alternate between fire and ice. Obviously, I should also be casting Thunder for the dot here. Okay, so I can't do that yet. Or I can do that? I don't know. But yeah, you alternate between fire and ice. You do a lot of big, huge damage number eventually. The appeal is actually less doing huge numbers and more cheating. What do you mean exactly? What? I think the most interesting thing about Black Mage is that they don't adhere to the rest of the game design. Oh, interesting. But yeah, Black Mage doesn't adhere to the game design in that Black Mage complexity is primarily in your movement and not in your rotation, is my understanding. Because Black Mage has a lot of really slow cast times. So Black Mage wants to move as little as possible and stand still as much as possible. So their challenge in terms of gameplay is different from the challenge of every other job in the game. I've never gotten Black Mage to a really high level, but I think conceptually Black Mage is fascinating. I would say it's pretty different from the rest. Ninja. Oh, is there any reason this uses... I think it's probably to make them more easily differentiated. Like, Fire and Fire 2 have different functions, but then Fire 3 is upgraded Fire 1, so actually, it's also a different function, so never mind. But then, like, Broil 4 is upgraded Broil, and it's the same thing. It's probably just that it's easier to read at a glance, yeah. I don't remember the canon reason, but I do believe that there is a canon reason. Here's a fun fact, though. In Final Fantasy XIII 2, they use both naming conventions. As if things weren't complicated enough. Like, I was looking at Final Fantasy XIII paradigm stuff earlier. And, like, there's... For example, I think it's the Saboteur. And in 13.2, you can also have monsters. So the monsters can also have the paradigms. And a Saboteur monster can have Pain, Pain 2, Pain, and Pain Ga, and so on. So they have both the Aga system and the number system. That canon reason is very good, by the way. Ninja, though. So, I don't have a lot of Ninja, but Ninja, we did see the rogue quests. But Ninja can do stuff like Trick Attack and Mug. And then they have a basic, fairly basic, like very spinny dagger thing, but also like the main thing of ninja is mudras. You input a certain combination of the 3 mudras in order to get certain abilities. Like if you do anything wrong, you summon a funny rabbit. But like 110 is a Fuma Shuriken, which is useless as soon as you have anything else, from my understanding. 10 Chi is Raiton, etc. And ninja seems like it could be fun, but also seems like it could be very confusing to me, because I don't know if I can remember all of all of this stuff. Also, you can breathe fire, I guess. But yeah, that's ninja. I don't know if Sucro is a very ninja sort of person. Astrologian. Astrologian is a class that sucks ass to play on a controller. Also, crown play doesn't exist anymore, apparently. I have to change my hotbars if I ever try this again. I really like a lot of Astrologian's flavor. I will also say that their constellations are bullshit. Because there's a part of the questline where you're like, the questline follows various constellations in the sky and whatnot. And I complained about this on Twitter once, but a lot of the questlines, or a lot of the constellations, the way the stars are connected is very like, step 2, draw the rest of the owl to me. Like, they don't make any sense. It's honestly kind of funny. But Astrologian does a lot of like star and gravity related stuff. Like literally, this is gravity. It's pretty neat. But the other main thing of Astrologian is that they draw and play cards. The cards have been changed a lot over time. But they are also single target buffs that you have to use on the correct person every, like, what, 30 seconds? 30 seconds. Okay, that is also true that constellations do work somewhat like that, but it's glaringly obvious in the video game, I think. But yeah, like every 30 seconds you have to analyze what constellation or what card you draw and figure out which one, where to put it in the party. And in controller scheme, the only way to target people is with the D-pad, and it becomes a lot of finger movement for not a lot of benefit over the other healers. And I think Astrologian needs to be reworked, because Astrologian is legitimately like painful to play on a controller, which is a primary input method. Oh, they do have an Astrologian rework plan. I forgot about that. I would like to go into the PvP zone again quickly with Astrologian, because I am wondering if PvP is an indication of changes that they intend to try and implement, or like a testing ground for them. Because in PvP, Astrologian still has the draw system. However, it is an AoE buff. You can't really see that from me using it, but it's an AoE buff around either you or whoever you target. I forget. So, yeah. Also, to be fair, I do think that there should be some classes or jobs that are complicated, and they shouldn't simplify everything. I think that Astrologian should be playable on an input method that is, like, comfortable to a lot of people. It's not an issue of the complexity, it's an issue of how it kind of is terrible to play if you are using a controller, at least in my opinion. It's possible that my opinion is not a common one. Red Mage is a job that I mained back in Stormblood when that released, which is also when Red Mage was released. I don't know if I can remember the order to do everything in right now. Probably not, because I haven't tried this in like a million years. Red Mage has dual cast as one of their main deals. They also need to manage their mana levels. They raise white mana and black mana, and they need to do so in a way where they're relatively equal. So they cast spells of like all sorts of elements. Dual cast means that like Thunder normally has a super slow cast time, but if it's the second spell you're casting in a set, then it's instant. And that is how Red Mage works in general. It's very interesting. It's also extremely pattern-based, like rotation-wise, I would say. Probably. I think that's fair to say. I used to be pretty good at Red Mage. It would take me some practice to get back into the mindset for it. Once they have enough stuff going on, they also have a melee portion. And they can backflip and stuff. So they can like rush in, melee, backflip away, and then go back to their magic part. So they're sort of a melee magic DPS in that sense. Hence the rapier that is also a crystal, or also has a crystal. You can see that when they cast, it goes on like the hilt of the sword, and they use it as a staff. Red Mage is cool. They also are very helpful to have around because they have like healing and stuff as well. They do a little bit of everything. But like when I tried to play Red Mage again, like last year, it just didn't click for me anymore for whatever reason. Monk loves to punch the shit out of things. I don't have a lot of Monk because I'm only level 33. But essentially they go through various routes in their combos to accomplish various different things and achieve various different buffs and whatnot. Eventually they like build chakra and do like blitzes like Final Fantasy VI. They can do that, I guess. I haven't tried Monk a lot. It seems interesting. I don't know if Sucro is the sort of person who would default to punching. But it is kind of funny to watch Sucro punch things. I feel like Sucro punching the shit out of stuff is similar to Sucro shooting things with a gun in terms of it seems silly to me. Dragoon. I don't have a lot of Dragoon either. Dragoon is a class that I played a lot back in the day, and my understanding they're not terribly different from how they used to be, actually, which is interesting. They, similar to most melee jobs, they go through, like, different combos to achieve different things. They also have jumping, which is much faster than it used to be. Dragoon's alright. I like Dragoon, I guess. I don't know if it seems like a Sucro job. I don't know what a Sucro job is, so yeah. I don't really know what else I can say about Dragoon. They stab a lot, they shoot dragons sometimes, like laser dragons, and so on. Also Samurai. We've seen Samurai some. I don't remember how it works. But they have a katana. They do a lot of stuff with the katana. I'm doing everything incorrectly right now. I guess they're slightly elemental. I don't know. But yeah, Samurai... Some people also say that's one of the easier ones, I think. But they also say that of Dragoon and Red Mage, I think. And... yeah. Jobs I've heard people describe as the easiest jobs in the game. Just as like a slightly on-topic thing. For healer, White Mage. For tank, Warrior. For magic DPS, Summoner, now. And also Red Mage. People have described Red Mage as one of the easier ones before. Some people have said Black Mage is one of the easier ones. Some people have said Dragoon is one of the easier ones. Some people have said Samurai is one of the easier ones. I think really, if you look into what is the easiest job, all you will learn is that people have different opinions about this. And some of them are slightly more Some of them are slightly more common than others. As far as like those making sense because they're basic / starter jobs, that does kind of work. But also, Dancer and Reaper are not jobs that you have access to for a long time. And I would say that they're two of the ones that click with me personally more and are relatively simple. So it's not exclusively jobs that you can begin the game with that are the simpler ones. Was that everything? I think that was every job, just a little bit of every job. So did anyone glean anything from that as to what seemed correct for Sucro? Because I sure don't know. And I still don't really know what I would like to play as more. I would like a magical solution to solve my problems, but I don't think there is one. You've gleaned information. I see. Probably complicated information then, if it can't be summarized right now. But yeah. So that was, I guess, a bonus, like 30 minutes or whatever, 30, 40, 50 minutes of me talking about job classes and stuff. And yeah, that makes sense. I agree with that statement completely. I also wish there was a class in this game that was even simpler than all the ones that existed right now, for when I am truly like no thoughts, brain empty, head empty. Dancer feels correct. I'm also just worried about playing DPS because of the queue times, like both during streams and like just in general. Interesting. I don't know. I like healing, but I can't decide on a healer, and every time I try a healer, I'm like, I don't know, I don't have confidence in my abilities. And every time I try tank, I feel that even more. By the way, did I ever point out how these 4 cushions are the light party colors on purpose? 2 DPS, healer, and tank. That's low-key one of my favorite things I've done in this apartment. Yeah. I do like healer, but I don't know what healer. And really, there's only 2 options. When I tried White Mage recently, I didn't feel confident that I was doing well, and when I tried Sage today, I didn't really feel that confident that I was doing well. But also, it's impossible to, like, truly know without practice, and I can't really practice when I'm only streaming 3 times a week. And if I level the jobs outside of streaming, then they get to level cap and I can't do anything with them anymore because I'll be wasting main story quest experience. I don't know, there's a lot to think about. I could just convince myself that wasted experience isn't real and doesn't matter and can't hurt me. Except that it's really difficult to convince myself of stuff like that. Oh. We got a bunch of stuff. Omega squared? What is that? Hey, why do I have this? You're not supposed to know this is here. Pretend that you're not hearing this music that I'm letting continue right now. Why, I must have just bought this then? Final Fantasy V is in the game somewhere. Spoilers. But yeah. I have all the Alexander music. They just give it to you, which is very nice of them. Like the Alexander questline, I'm reluctant to end the stream. By the way. There's Metal. There's Brute Justice. It's really good. There's Exponential Entropy. Forward and back. There's Rise. I guess you don't get the orchestral Alexander music from the first phase of that fight, for whatever reason. I just want to listen to the lyrics that are question marks. Yeah, I don't actually know why those question marks are there. It sounds like they just get skipped. Maybe it's just a little joke in the lyrics. Anyway. So, that was Alexander and a bunch of miscellaneous stuff because I didn't want to stop streaming. Talking about job classes and stuff. I think that was still interesting. So I'm not too worried about having done all that. It's nice to just like be streaming and talk to people too. It's nice. So that was all of Alexander. That means that in terms of Sucro content, the next thing on the list is the rest of the Heavensward main story. 3.2, The Gears of Change. 3.3, Revenge of the Horde. 3.4, Soul Surrender. 3.5, The Far Edge of Fate. Some post-main story quest stuff. And then Stormblood. Considering how slowly I got to this point, the fact that we're already almost at Stormblood, because I've suddenly managed to have a consistent stream schedule of Monday, Wednesday, Friday around 7 p.m. Eastern, I'm pretty happy with that, I would say. But yeah. So, Monday, more Chicory. Wednesday, probably 3.2, 3.3. I'm guessing I can fit both of those in. And then Friday, probably 3.4, 3.5, and maybe Tales of the Dragon Song War if there's not too much of that. So it could be 2 weeks from now that we start Stormblood, depending on everything. And then in the future of Final Fantasy XIV, I've changed how I'm structuring things a little bit. So instead of like doing all of the MSQ at the end, we're going to be alternating. Like 4.0 side quest, 4.1 side quest, 4.2 side quest, 4.3 side quest, etc. And like I've had to do that in some cases because some of the stuff doesn't unlock until like what was it? For example, there is something in Shadowbringers that you can't access the ending portion of until after 5.3. That would be the equivalent to Alexander. So that's spread out a little bit. I've got most of this stuff planned out. There's only one side quest line that's like significant that I will never show because one part of it is terrible. Because it's just like an entire like 15 minutes of bad innuendo jokes that I don't like. But anyway. So that's roughly the plan. Next week, Chicory and potentially the rest of the Heavensward era. So yeah. Thank you all for watching. The Doritos are not present on this screen, but you'll have to imagine them. Yeah. Have a good weekend. If you would like to support me in ways other than your viewership and so on, there are various ways to do so on the screen and below the stream, but don't feel obligated to. You're all wonderful people. And yeah, have a good night and a good weekend. I will see you Monday. A black square? What by the gods?